back. The time is now.
There you go. Welcome to NUFC Talk Matchday Live, Toon Twins edition with Tim and Peter. Live on DAB radio, YouTube and the website. So tonight, Newcastle go to the Etihad's in a bid to overturn a 2-goal deficit in the League Cup semi-final second leg. With me tonight, we have Tina and Hutch, who's going to be joining later. So it's great to have them on board. So before we get to them and to the match itself, let's go through some housework. So make sure you are subscribed to the channel. It's totally free. Smash the like button. It really helps support the stream. Get involved in the live chat. We want to hear your thoughts. To guarantee your comment being read out, give us a super chat. Don't forget to become a member by joining NTTV Plus for $4.99. If you were recently funded, please make sure that you have rejoined if you can. NTTV Plus now includes all member perks and exclusive content in one place. Supporting the channel really helps us to continue to deliver daily Newcastle United content. And if you are listening on radio once again, well, you're also live on YouTube, where you'll see plenty of opinions coming in. Right, okay. Let's get down to the nitty gritty. So yeah, we'll come to you first, Peter. Obviously, you're waiting for Tina to come on board and Hutch. So yeah, obviously it's a daunting task tonight against Man City, 2-0 down. I want to go to Tina when she comes on for her optimism because I think we'll need it tonight. But what do you think, Peter, about tonight?
Yeah, well, first of all, evening, everyone in the chat. Great to see you all chipping in. Like Timmy says, let us know your thoughts. Get your comments in there. So tonight, yeah, it's obviously going to be a mountain to climb. Let's be honest. It's, I normally try and, when we do these shows before the match, pre-match build-up, I normally try and provide a bit of calm before the storm. But yeah, I'm not sure if even I can do that tonight because, I think, don't get me wrong, it's an interesting kind of, the way it's set up is quite interesting, as in the pressure is on City.
Yeah.
And if we get that first goal, you never know. It could be one of those nights, but I can't say I'll put a bet on it.
Yeah. I mean, I was saying before that I kind of fear that, obviously, hopefully we do turn up and we'll go right at it and we do kind of pull off a miracle, if you like. But I was just thinking, if we get a goal, I'm fearing Man City just suddenly turning it on and being, okay, then, if that's how it is, we're just going to go up another gear, do you know what I mean? And just like swat you aside. So part of us fears that in one way. Let's have a look at some of the comments here. So yeah, we've got Tracy in the house. Good to see you. We've got Colton. We've got Dorch Mag, is it? Evening chaps. Thoughts on the Hopkinson interview? I actually haven't seen that, so we'll come to that. Let me just see if I can get Tina on. Obviously, while I'm doing that, what I was speaking about beforehand was the team selection. I was saying that part of me thinks that we should prioritize the weekends, and I know it's really negative, and you kind of think, well, no, you want to turn up tonight and just give it a real good go and still believe that you can do it. But I'm just thinking, with the league being the bread and butter, being in 10th place, starting to lose sight, if you like, of the top 5. What team would you pick, Peter? Do you pick a weekend team for this with that in mind?
I think you do have to make some changes with the weekend in mind. So yeah, I think also it depends how the game goes. So clearly, if the game's out of sight and there's, let's say, half time, let's say, you get players off. you get them off the pitch and you give the likes of Murphy, Alex Murphy, that is, a bit of a run out.
Yeah.
In terms of starting the match, I mean, you see that then opens a can of worms, doesn't it? Because we could talk all day about, I would rest this player, rest that player, and then bring them in on the
Yeah.
week. But we've got different ideas as to who we would prioritize.
Yeah.
And I think, for example, I mean, I don't know if J7, I think he'll still be out one. It's not a sort of an injury that he's going to recover from quickly, but he's the kind of player that Eddie Howe would just prioritize and put straight back in. Whereas for me, I mean, in an ideal situation, you'd play him maybe tonight, and then on the weekend, you'd be playing Ramsey and Tonali fresh. It's tough. Obviously, we're depleted a little bit with injuries, so that again makes it a bit harder to juggle the two games, this one and the Brentford game. But there's no doubt in my mind, like, Brentford is massive, because things are starting to unravel a little bit this season. And like I said earlier, I mean, I always try and look at the positives and balance it against the positives. But like the Liverpool game really sort of made me question a lot of things. That second half, first half, brilliant, but especially the comments afterwards, I thought, unfortunately, with what Eddie Howe said, it kind of tipped me a little bit towards the dark side. So, but like I say, you never know. Could be one of those nights tonight. You just never know. But in terms of playing players, does Lewis Hall not need a rest? And do you not preserve his fitness for Saturday? What do you think?
I mean, I would have thought so, because it seems like, well, he was took off against Liverpool, and I'm assuming that's because he was tired or fatigued or even carrying a knock. We've seen that before with Lewis Hall in recent times. Do you know what I mean? Where he's went down holding his leg or just cramp perhaps. But we need to wrap him in cotton wool, because he is by far one of our better players and better performers of recent times, even during some poor matches. So, I think you do rest him, to be honest. If I was to say, again, it's really cynical and it's quite defeatist. I'm just thinking tonight, pick a team where you put some players in where they can perhaps show you what they can do. And they get a chance to kind of shine where they wouldn't ordinarily have that chance. Let's say an Alex Murphy. That maybe that's throwing him to the wolves a little bit, to be fair, with it being Man City. But what I'm trying to say essentially is I think that we need to prioritise the league game. I think there needs to be some realism in the team selection. There probably won't be. And on the other hand, I do respect that, because as the gaffer, Eddie Howe's got to go there with the belief that something will happen. So I understand that as well. But certainly, Lewis Hall, what I would say is, with the likes of him and others, regardless as to whether you think we can go ahead and win this game, if any player is carrying any kind of knock whatsoever, I'm sorry, they should not be risked for this. They need to be out of the squad. And obviously Bruno comes into that category. We'll see what the team selection is later on. But him coming back from his injury, if there's any doubts at all, I just think leave him out and see what he's like for the weekend. Do you think the same, or what would you do with Bruno?
I'm the same. Yeah. He's too important. And it's a pretty damning kind of, it's a damning sort of indication of where we're at in terms of being such a one-man team with Bruno. But ultimately, you just can't deny that record still looms over the club and the team with him not playing, never won a game without Bruno. Yeah, I mean, you can't get around that, can you? Now, I was banging the drum like last time, saying we got to get past that. So, yeah, but we're in the business end of the season. We're getting close to that now. So, like, we do need him back for the Premier League, and we can't be risking him getting another injury, because that would just be disastrous. Yeah.
No, definitely. I agree. Let's go through some of the comments. So, Old Angry Noob Gamer says, beats tonight and at the weekend. So, yeah, not much hope from Noob Gamer. Carlton Connor says, it's okay if Hall gets injured. We have Dan Burn to fill in.
Is that sarcasm there,
I
Bolton?
think I might sense a little bit of sarcasm. Well, Dan Burn's another topic that we can get into because obviously he came back against Liverpool with Botman. I was going to say being injured, but he was on the bench. So again, strange situation there. So we've got Tracy Goss saying it's not thrown away just yet. Still got a game to play. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know what? What I would say right about tonight as well is, just quickly, Doku, I think, is out.
Right.
So that does obviously help a lot because he is a massive threat.
Yeah, definitely. I think when he's played against us, to be fair, I think Miley was, in that game, was it Miley or was it Tino? I'm not sure. But in the first game against Man City this season in the league, I think he was quite lively, but I think we did quite well considering. But the second game, I think he was too much for us. And he set up that second goal, didn't he? And
It's
he's
just
one
his
of them
pace.
players. Exactly. He's got the
His
pace
pace
to,
was away. Yeah.
take on players, and it's that maverick type quality that we've said a million times is missing by and large in today's game, but he has got it. So now if he's out tonight, then I'll certainly take that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've got Stephen Hodgkins saying basically Hopkinson said NUFC were very active in the window and could not get deals over the line. Same rubbish from Eddie Howe regarding PSR. What is going on? I mean, I think it is definitely fair to be asking questions around the transfer window because, yeah, we are trying to get Champions League football. We're not, as it stands or as it stood, it's still possible. It's certainly getting harder, but it's still possible. You look back at Aston Villa last season in the January window, they got in Rashford and Asensio on loan. And those two, I think Villa were around 8th at the time. Those two signings helped push Villa up the league. And obviously, we know what happened at the end. We're unlucky, in one way to finish 6th. But the fact is that they clawed themselves into contention on the final day. It's, you know what I mean? Those sort of deals, I don't understand why we, out of all of the players in the world, could not identify some players of that ilk or deals of that nature where they're not necessarily, don't have to be a permanent signing, but a loan deal, perhaps, and we haven't done it. What do you think?
I totally agree. It does seem a bit small time because, like you said, we've talked about this sort of after the show this season when it was leading up to like January and throughout the whole window. We've said these people are paid a lot of money to kind of, we can throw names. We can sit here and throw names about players we would like to sign and what about this player, that player. But ultimately, the scouts, the director of football, obviously they're paid a lot of money to unearth players that we don't spot.
Yeah,
because that's their job, right? So
yeah,
it does seem strange that in a moment, in a kind of, the club are in this situation where they are depleted in terms of injuries. They need reinforcements, right? For defenders, certainly. Yeah, can you not find someone? Can you not find
yeah,
someone who can like help with that in some way? Whether it's a loan, whether it is a bit of a, not a punt, but more of a measured kind of like purchase where it's not silly money. It's you know you don't have to surely spend 50, 60 million on every single player. I mean, like I say, these scouts surely, can they not unearth a gem? I know it's
yeah,
not, it's not easy. You don't just click your fingers and it happens. I appreciate that. But when you look at some of the windows Newcastle have had recently, it makes me kind of question what exactly is going on. Because just to finish off this point, the CEO did come out a couple of months ago, and he was banging the drum about being the target is being number one.
Yeah.
And he was quite open about that. Is that not strange to make a statement like that where you've been so inactive in the windows? I understand you would say that if you've got a war chest and you've just brought in the creme de la creme, of the players in that window, and then you're gonna go on this big assault.
Mm.
But obviously we haven't done that, so I don't get those kind of statements where it doesn't
Mm.
reflect how the club operate. So
Yeah.
it's definitely been a strange window. Yeah.
Yeah. And we have, as it stands, a lot to offer, don't we? We can say to players, you would still play in the Champions League unless the cup tied. You can come into a team that has still got aspirations to finish top 5.
Mhm.
So with that in mind, yeah, like you say, you really couldn't attract any player that you think could improve you or give you a boost if it's a short-term deal, or any player long-term that you think could help you out. So, and Craig Hope himself was saying, yeah, we've got breaking news here, so we'll go to the team. But just to quickly say, Craig Hope was saying that I agree with him that you know you don't leave your powder dry till the summer. You do it now because in the summer you might not have Champions League football to offer. You know, it's right now you have got that to offer, so you strike while the iron's hot. Um, let's have a look. So breaking news here. We've got let's have a look, team here. So Mason Miley. So it's youngsters who are in the squad. So we've got Leo Shahar, Aidan Harris, Miodrag Pivas, Scott Bailey, Mason Miley, Baron Yildiz, Park Sung Soo, and Dylan Charlton, all with the squad tonight. So that's interesting, and I think that's a good thing, personally.
Mm. Yeah. I agree. I think it's one of those games where you can afford to give some of these lads a chance, at least from the bench. Give them a bit of a run out. Obviously, see how the
Yeah.
game goes. But yeah, I mean, we had the doc on the show a few weeks ago, a couple of weeks ago it was, and he's quite sort of adamant that the youth should be given more of a chance. And
Mm.
I was saying one of the problems we've had this season is that we haven't controlled enough games to be in a position where we can, blood these youngsters, because we're always clinging on whenever we are winning a match. It's very rarely it's 3-4-0. So, but I
Mm.
do think, I think that we mentioned in that show that PSV was a really good chance to do that when we were winning 3-0. It was quite a comfortable match. You could even
Mm.
argue some of the other Champions League games as well. There was moments there where we could have maybe blooded a few youngsters once the
Mm.
game's kind of done.
Mm.
So yeah, and do you know what? Like, I can see there he's in the chat, the doc. So good to have you. He said there a bit earlier in the chat that he's getting concerned. He's worried about the league form, and yeah, I mean, Doc, I have to say, like, that second half Liverpool match, yeah, it did make me rethink the direction about where the club's going. And I love Eddie Howe. I've said so many times in the show, he has worked wonders, because it's true, he has. So that
Mm.
means something. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and we've seen we've seen flashes this season of moments of quality where you think, right, that's it. Okay, let's crack on. We're kind of back to what we were like maybe a couple of years ago. But then that will just fade the next match, and the inconsistency has been throughout. So
Yeah.
the Liverpool second half, there was gaps. Second half everywhere really, and I seen players not marking the opposition. They were just marking space, and it reminded me of the Burnley match. Second half, Burnley at home,
Mm.
where we're cruising. They're down to 10 men, and cross comes into the box last second. There's about 3 players unmarked. Remember that heart in
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
mouth. So it reminded me of that, and I'm just thinking that's a reoccurring theme this season. And like when Eddie
Aye.
Howe said after the Liverpool match that he was a bit bemused about how they've conceded 4, I was just thinking, well, Eddie, I love you, but do we not need to be more compact? Do you know? It just seems to happen time and time again.
Yeah, I agree. Tina, nice to have you. Welcome on board. Nice one. So yeah, we've been talking obviously about the Man City game and a lot of negativity, to be fair, and I think it's hard to get away from that. But you've came in at the right moment. Tell us how we're going to do it tonight. Yeah, give us the game plan tonight.
Let's look at it realistically. Our big thing this season has been that we start games fast, we score early goals, and that's exactly what we need tonight. Right? The idea of sitting back and defending and having any sort of question mark about, what our strategy is going to be is out the window from the very get-go because we need to chase the game. So I genuinely think that we're going to go out there and score 2 early goals. What's going to happen after that, I can't say for certain. We might end up going to penalties. We might end up having to score a third. Because this is actually a rule that I'm not 100% certain of, does the away goal rule still count?
I don't think it does these days.
I thought that stopped, but I was just thinking, if we get it to 3-1, then we would still go through. But I genuinely think that we'll get an early goal. It'll make things exciting, and then we'll just, we'll keep pushing away. I mean, I get it. I get the negativity. We're 2-0 down. It's against Manchester City. It's at their ground. The last player that scored their ground was back in 2018, and it was Andre Yedlin. So there's a lot that's kind of going against us. But we are always at our best when our back's against the wall, when we've got some kind of impossible task. Newcastle never make it easy. The easy games are the ones that we seem to struggle in. The games where we think, oh, we've got no chance here, are the ones that we generally seem to turn up for. So let's have a bit of faith. Let's believe the lads are going to pull us out. And let's look forward to booking some seats at Wembley.
Yeah,
I'm starting to believe a little bit more. Keep on going, Tina. I might get there. I think what I've seen, by the way, before is that there's some interesting news about the youngsters, and there's a lot of youngsters in the squad. I don't know how many obviously are going to be starting. We'll find out. But Connor there listed a lot of youngsters there who in the squad, so that's going to be interesting to see. That'll add a different context, won't it, to the game if some of those are starting. But Lynn Simpson there says, I'd go full strength. Got to try and get the final. It's not impossible. We are the holders. If at half time the game's gone, and make changes to rest players for the weekend. I think that's what you said, wasn't it, Tina? See what it's like at half time.
I did, yeah. I mean, look, if it gets to half time and we're a goal down or we haven't looked like we're going to do anything, let's just keep ourselves good for the weekend and just draw a line under this. It's a near impossible task. Sorry, let me rephrase that. It's a near improbable task, not impossible, improbable. I'm keeping it positive. So yeah, if it gets to half time, put the kids on, give them a run out there in a game that's going to give them massive experience, and let's gear back up for the weekend.
Yeah.
So we don't need Tom Cruise.
What do you think about the youngsters, Peter? We don't need Tom Cruise, Tina, no?
Tom
Cruise.
Hold
off from breaking the Tom Cruise emergency break here. Glass, no?
You said it's not impossible.
Oh, no, it's not impossible. No, we don't need to call in Tom Cruise, although, I mean, if
you'd like to.
More than welcome to. No, what we need is to break out the emergency Walter Mara, break out the emergency Green Arrow in Harvey Barnes, and just get at these. There's no doubt about it that Eddie Howe is just going to say, lads, just go out there, give it your all, let's absolutely smash these. And hey, in a couple of hours' time, but I'm still sitting here with this massive smile on my face, we know that things have went well.
Yeah. Be very interesting. Like I say, I'm very interested to see what the team is, and we can go from there. So obviously, you yourself, Tina, you want to go for this, and quite rightly, as a Toon fan, you believe we can do it. With that in mind, what would be your team?
This is going to sound somewhat counterproductive to what I've just said, but I would genuinely play with 3 at the back. I think away from home, that's how we should set up now, because 4-3-3 away from home doesn't seem to be working. Or sometimes 4-3-3 at home doesn't seem to be working. But I'd go with 3 at the back. Obviously, we've got no choice on right wing back's going to have to be Trippier. Going to have Hall on the left because, I mean, we're not going to give Alex Murphy the start of this one. In the centre, I'd be putting Tonali and Ramsey. And then I would go with Harvey Barnes, Elanga, and I've got a feeling he's going to go with Wisa, but I would prefer to go with Walter Marta. Just to give us, because if we've only got 2 centre midfielders, then Walter Marta dropping back and having Elanga, to burst down the right. Then you've got Barnes who can, get forward and finish goals. I think people are going to say, oh, Anthony Gordon's definitely going to start, but he's played a lot of minutes. Like, he didn't come off when most of the rest of the first team starters came off against Liverpool. I think he looked really, to coin a phrase from the channel, knackered by the end of that game. And I think there is a chance maybe that he gets used more as the impact sub, like we've been using Harvey Barnes for, because I think if you look at the PSG game, when he came on against them, it was a different Anthony Gordon than the one we've seen for the past 9 months.
It was. I agree. What do you think of that, Peter?
I agree. Yeah. With Gordon, I always, honestly, whenever, we have this debate about Anthony Gordon, and we've said that, I've said I'll plant my flag to say he's for me, right wing is his best position and Barnes should be left. And obviously, Eddie Howe plays Gordon left and Barnes right. But even when the team news comes out sort of every other week and you see Gordon's left, I'm thinking, well, okay, it's obviously not what I would do, but do you know what? There's no denying he's got that kind of God-given pace to scare the bejesus out of most fullbacks. So, and that's just a fact, whether he's left or right. So, I always I flick the optimism switch, Tina, and I do think, okay, you're not on the right, you're on the left, but can you not use your pace to kind of just cause a bit of damage, whether that's getting the byline or cutting inside. So, I mean, yeah, he broke his duck, didn't he, with the goal at Anfield. So hopefully that'll give him a bit of confidence to kind of kick on. But it's yeah, I mean, it's tricky. It's one of the reasons why I kind of think with Eddie Howe, I kind of question. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens basically going forwards, and especially in the summer, because it just seems like he's just not going to deviate from Anthony Gordon being on the left, basically. And that kind of seems like it's settled now, isn't it? That's where he played, or up front, obviously, like Liverpool. The odd occasion he might put him up front, but that right side is just like a no go. And I'll always find that strange. But I kind of think if he's thinking that way about Gordon, then it makes me wonder, like why, what else is he thinking with other players, when it's that kind of restrictive. But yeah, coming back to it, I think hopefully Gordon's pace still can cause damage tonight, and especially on the counter attack. So I would still, having said all that about where I'd play him, I'm still going to look to him tonight and say, "Come on, lad! You're one of our kind of important players tonight on the offensive." Barnes is tricky because, I would always try and play Barnes, but do you rest him? Do you think about Saturday? Right? And I want those hours to come out, but it's just a balancing act. I don't know. I'd kick myself if he then got injured or picked up a knock. You've got Elanga there. Maybe just stick with Elanga for that right hand side and see if he can just keep gradually improving. I mean, obviously it's going to get to the point where we're going to need something from him. I mean, as in like a goal or an assist. But I will give him credit for he's been a bit more of a nuisance now than what he was, just in terms of his running defensively and offensively. So, I mean, Yeah, I think that the fullbacks, the wing backs worked brilliantly against PSG, but obviously they had to revert back to the two centre halves, didn't they, against Liverpool? Is that right? With Trippier right back, and then Haaland. Yeah, because Botman was injured apparently.
Yeah.
So yeah, Trippier kind of struggled, didn't he? I mean, with Miley, it's not ideal because Miley was such a brilliant midfielder potentially, but I do think Miley's looked better than Trippier at right back. So yeah, do I just keep Trippier in tonight and then look to play Miley in the Brentford match?
Is Miley not injured?
He was actually for the Liverpool game. So whether he's fit for tonight, we'll see. But I would probably guess not. Yeah, I think. Yeah, and I totally agree, Tina, with what you said about the wing backs away from home. And to be honest with you, I would probably go one further in that whenever Voldemort plays, I think we should play that system. We need to play some system that helps to get the best out of him. So we've got a super chat here. Was a thanks, mate. Really appreciate it. First one tonight. My message tonight is go out and enjoy yourself. Yeah, and I think that's a good message. If you're playing younger players as well, again, it might sound negative, but actually it's not, in that you're kind of using the game to say to some of the youngsters exactly what was saying there. Take it in, enjoy it, obviously do your best, try and show winning mentality, but try and learn from the game as well. And like I say, just take it all in. So I think you've got to think of that aspect as well. Obviously, Eddie Howe has been very reluctant to go down that route in the past, since he's been here, really, in terms of youngsters, in terms of blooding them, to give them that experience. But I think, tonight, one or two, you don't want to go gun-ho and just throw them all in, but I think, one or two, even if it's off the bench, it is not a bad idea. To go back to what I was saying before, yeah, Voldemort, if he's playing, we need to get a system in place that gets the best out of him. And like you said, Tina, against PSG, with those wing backs, what that did is it allowed Alanga on the right and on the left. Who was on the left again? It was
Willock.
Willock. So Alanga and Willock were able to get up and support Voldemort and get beyond Voldemort without having to worry as much with what's behind them, because they had the compensation of the three centre backs. So straight away, you've got a solution to Voldemort not being quite as isolated as he has been. So I think that formation is definitely tailored better towards him. So I wouldn't be averse to playing that if he's in the team. If Wiss is in the team, then maybe that's a different conversation. And obviously you've got to jig things around with regards to midfield and who you're going to play, who you're going to drop, etc. But yeah, I think the PSG game gave a good template as to how we can go about things and how we can get back to being ourselves again, if you like. I think tonight, in terms of team selection, I think if it was me, I would play Gordon left and Elanga right, because you're saying to Gordon, go on, show us that you've still got it, show us what you're worth, because in my mind, I'd be playing Barnes anyway on the left against Brentford at the weekend. Do you know what I mean? So it's a case of like saying to Gordon, here's your chance, and show us something, but I want to see something against Brentford from the bench, basically, if you do well tonight. And you're keeping Harvey Barnes fit for his goals, for his sharpness around the box that we really, in my opinion, we really need at this moment in time. And then on the right side, I would play Alanga again, like you say, Peter, just to kind of keep this run going. In that, yeah, he's not doing amazing, but he is getting better slowly but surely. So I think it's a case of saying to Alanga, we're not necessarily expected to win, but you need to go out there and show us what you got. We could play on the break, obviously, tonight as well, and that's tailored towards him. So I would do that. And again, you've got Murphy as well for the weekends. And Murphy came on, didn't he? So if he's fit, which he should be, then for me it's Murphy, Barnes against Brentford, but tonight Alanga and Gordon. That's what I'll be playing on the wings anyway.
Yeah.
What formation to do?
I think I would do the wing back, so you've got those two players supporting Voldemort, and then the two in the middle.
Backs, though, who are you playing in defence?
Well, that's true. That's a problem in a way, I suppose. But what you could do is play Alex Murphy left-sided centre back, because he can't play centre back anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then you've got Malik Chow on the right side and Dan Burn in the middle, and then the wing backs you've got Lewis Hall. If he's fit enough to play, if there's any doubts, then I suppose that plan goes out the window, because I wouldn't risk him. But yeah, him left wing back and then right wing back. Yeah, Trippier. Yeah, I mean he looked knackered, didn't he? He looked tired against Liverpool, but. I mean, you could play Murphy maybe if you're not going to rest him for the weekend as a wing back potentially. Yeah, I think that's an option. Then obviously midfields, you've got Tonali and Ramsey. See what J7's like. I wouldn't risk Bruno, to be honest. I think.
Well, Wazza there in the chat is just saying that Miley, Bruno, and J7 are all out. So, yeah,
right.
It doesn't look like that's going to be a possibility to even risk Bruno. So, yeah.
I've had a thought, though.
Say again?
I've had a thought when you were talking about Miley and Trippier before. So, with Alanga's pace, maybe keep with your Barnes, Gordon, and Walter Morton. I know we'd all like Gordon on the right and Barnes on the left. Probably not going to happen. But
I'll resign myself to that.
And have Alanga as your wing back. I mean, yeah, he's not great defensively, but if he can just keep up with a player to give time for Chow to move over and then take over the defensive duties on that, it gives us two attacking outlets on the right-hand side. And to be fair, if we concede goals in this, doesn't matter. Like, we're losing 2-0 already. It's the semi-final of the cup. Like, if we're going to lose, if we lose 8-0 tonight, it's no different from drawing 0-0. So maybe having two attackers down the right, and then just kind of hope Malik Chow has an absolute Superman performance.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. No, it's a fair point.
Hanging him out to dry, aren't you? But no, I agree. I think it's a really good idea. That.
I mean, what do you? I'm say Murphy. Not Alex Murphy. Jacob Murphy. He's played right wing back before. He's done that role, and he's not a defender. So I think it's possible for someone who's normally attack minded, if they're smart enough. You know, if you're a really good player, you can adapt. I think to that kind of like adjustment. So you could maybe say to Alanga, look, to be fair to Alanga, he did actually track back pretty well against Liverpool on that side. So you could say to him, we want you to do a job both ways tonight. But you're right. It would then provide sort of a double attack from that right-hand side for City to kind of think about, and something for them. You're asking them, two different questions there from that flank. So, no, that's a good shout. That be interesting, to see what he does. I mean, I've got a feeling it'll be 4 at the back tonight. I just think with the injuries, if Botman is still out, then I just think then he'll go to a flat back 4, and then I'm guessing he's going to maybe keep Alanga in, and I think based on what we've seen with the amount of young players in the squad tonight, I'd put a bet on to say that one may start, at least one might get run out tonight, I think. Who that will be, I'm not sure. Maybe Alex Murphy. Well, actually, I've watched a lot of them myself.
Yeah. Well, here's one for you, actually. We're talking about, wingers and who to play, who to rest tonight. What about playing Park tonight?
Where
is he?
He's in the squad.
He's in the squad?
He's in the squad tonight.
17.
Oh, I think he's about 20, isn't he? Or maybe 19, something.
Yeah,
I don't think he's
older. Oh, he's 20.
Yeah, he's older. Yeah, he's not like, you know what I mean? Yeah, he's not 17 or something like that. I think he's certainly ready to, play, if you like, in terms of the maturity. Whether he's good enough is another thing. But well, what about him tonight?
No, it's a fair shout, and I think this. To be fair, when I think about it, this is where I think the doc has got a point, because remember when we brought him in the summer, Park, right? And I said to you, Timmy, didn't I, before the season kicked off, let's let's try and integrate him into the squad. Let's not just palm him off and just have him play a few friendlies, and then before you know it, he's kind of just disappeared. Because that was my fear when he came in, and he showed kind of flashes, didn't he, of like brilliance. You know, he looked like a handful, but then as what kind of tends to happen with players like him who brought into the club as a development player, he did just go off the radar. So, and I'd forgotten about him, to be honest. I mean, you've mentioned him there, and it's like, yeah, it makes me think, like, is it not a no-brainer, really? Because you see, with some of the youngsters that, you know, some of the fans are kind of crying out for to get a game, sometimes my argument, for example, the likes of Shahar, okay, like I've not seen him play, and I've really not seen Alex Murphy play. I mean,
you were saying they're not ready, Peter.
Say
you were
again?
saying they're not ready a few days ago. You were saying they're not ready.
Well, exactly. This is my point. Right? So what I'm saying is, like, I ain't seen them, okay, and they're coming through the youth team. So if kind of Eddie Howe is on the fence a bit about whether they are good enough, I always try and balance it, and I'm thinking, well, okay, if that's what he thinks, he watches them, I don't. Who am I to kind of maybe say to kick off and say play them, you should play them? But someone like Park, okay, Newcastle have actively brought him into the club. That's the difference. Okay, we went outsourced it and brought a player like him, you know, from overseas into the club. So therefore, for me, I think you should be kind of trying to find a way to, just blood him into the team. And I don't really understand why you would go to the lengths that it takes to kind of scout these players from abroad. And we also got, there's another kid, and his name escapes us, but we sent, is it Cordoba?
Yes.
Yeah. And we kind of just palmed him off. And yeah, those are the ones I find strange more so than the kind of youth team that players that come through the ranks. Because the like I say, those are external signings essentially. So why have you brought these players in, albeit development players, but still you went out and you've made the effort to bring them in? So why isn't Park getting a look in? You know?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously we're opening Pandora's box here with those signings, because some would argue that they were Paul Mitchell's signings, and they probably were, to be fair. And that side of things with the DOF, I like, and I think that the DOF should be bringing in young players of that ilk, where it's up to the manager down the line to say yeah or nay. And then if they're not manager's cup of tea, you can sell them for profit potentially. I don't agree necessarily with a DOF. Well, I don't agree with the DOF signing players for the first team over the manager, and having that say over the manager, because the manager is the one who's got to pick this team and mold this team, and obviously work with these characters in the dressing room as well. So I think you've got to leave that judgment to him, and he either lives or dies on that sword, if you like. But I think with Park, I think with Eddie Howe as well, and players like Park, in my opinion, you can't have it both ways when you talk about injuries, and also talk about PSR as well. You've got to rotate the squad, and Park is part of that wider squad. So if you have injuries and you'll be mourning that, then why aren't you using players like that? And yes, you want to win every game, obviously, but it's not about downing tools as the gaffer. It's about managing the squad. And you know what? You might think that player isn't quite 100% ready, but if they play with other players who are ready, they might do a job, and they might learn obviously a lot in that game, and you go forward from there. So yeah, I think Park is somebody who should be talked about more. Thanks for the super chat, Wazza. We'll leave that one for now, but I appreciate your support. Okay. So like I think Park. This is going to. I think it was Connor who said that they've travelled. So I'm going to kind of correct myself. I don't know if they're in the actual squad, but they've travelled. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're on the bench or in the team. But we've just solved it there, haven't we? Do you know what I mean? We're saying who to play in the wings, and for me, then you could rest Bonds, couldn't you? And you play a Park instead. So there's the answer, in my opinion.
True. Yeah. That just makes me question, well, why did they, like you say, I think the answer may be it's a Mitchell signing, but and look, I'm on your side in terms of like, yeah, I think Mitchell from all accounts kind of went in like a bull in the china shop. So, and I don't agree with like you say, DOF having kind of like the final say, or all of the say on first team players. But yeah, I mean, if Park's been brought in, even if it was a Mitchell signing, he's a development player. So come on, like,
Yeah,
I just don't get why you would exclude him the way that Newcastle have. When again, like you say, we are apparently so hamstrung with PSR, and we're kind of at times having to juggle a lot of games, in quick succession. So, like you say, yeah, can you have it both ways? So you can't really, can you, when you think about it?
Yeah.
Do you think the 6,000 travelling Geordies would be a little bit disappointed if we did leave out both Barnes and Gordon and embed too many youngsters in this game from the start?
To be honest, that's a really good point. And there's me sitting there not really thinking about that, but that is a cracking point in that you've got fans spending hard-earned money going over there wanting to see a game. So I suppose from that point of view, yeah, it's a really tight juggling act to get this right tonight.
But we're not talking about dropping like the whole team in it. Do you know what I mean? We're not. We're just kind of like thinking about, like you say, one or two, maybe three players you could rotate, but you're still then going to have, possibly someone like Tonali, Ramsey. You've got Chow at the back. Lewis Hall maybe could still play. Obviously up front you'll have either Wisser or Voltemeda, maybe even Gordon. Who knows? We'll see, because that was a spanner in the works against Liverpool. So yeah, I don't think, if you just tinker things a bit, I don't think you'd be letting down the away fans, because ultimately we haven't got a big enough squad to just, unless you absolutely just played pretty much a youth team. But I don't think he's going to do that. I think that would be wrong as well. He's not just going to pile all the youth players in one go. So I think if he just tinkers it with Saturday in mind, I think that's absolutely fine, and you can still try and have a game plan to try and win the game,
Yeah.
I mean, I think everybody was surprised by the lineup that we had against PSG, and that didn't work out too badly. So maybe if we did play a couple of the younger guys, it wouldn't be a case of being too downhearted by it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it. And I think that as a fan, thinking it through right now, since you've said that, Tina, I think as a fan, when you go to games and when you buy those tickets, I think it's kind of built in that these things could happen. And it's not like going to the cinema and you're like, I want to see this, I want to see that, I want my money's worth in that way. There's going to be times where you're going to see a team that you don't necessarily like or agree with. I think as long as it's not borderline, like Peter says, taking the mickey where it's a full youth 11, then I suppose if I was going there, and it's easy for me to say this, but if I was going there, I would be going there to enjoy myself and to show my pride as a Newcastle United supporter and sing my heart out. And if we're not going to win the pitch, we're going to win off the pitch. That'd be my mentality, and enjoy it that way. So, yeah, we'll see. But Foxy says, I like Park, has potential, but also needs to be given time to adapt to English football and life. No goal in 23 games for the youth. Need to see him step up his performance for youth first, before first team. So that's obviously Eddie Howe's argument as well. I just think if you give a player like him just a taster here and there, it helps aid his development in coming on that bit further. And he might go back to the youth team and start scoring more goals, here and there. That's my view on that. So we've got a doctor in the house. So why did we not go for Ethan Nwaneri? He scored on his debut for Marseille. Yeah, I mean, he looks a quality player for Arsenal. He's only, what is he? He's still only sort of 19 or something. What do you think about him, Tina?
Yeah, I mean, I've not seen him play a lot, to be honest, but what I have seen, he looks really impressive. There's a comment that Paul Spraggs put in that I think kind of gives what my view of it is, which is Arsenal probably wouldn't do us a solid and be like, oh, you want our exciting young player? You can have him on loan until the end of the season. Because, I mean, you know, Arsenal probably on the big Newcastle fans. There it is there on screen now. But yeah, I mean, what I've seen of him, he looks really exciting. I would love to have one of our youth players kind of give me a bit of the excitement that he shows, but I've not seen enough of him to know if he's that consistent, to be completely honest.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Peter?
To be honest, yeah, I'm the same. Like, I can't sit here and claim that, you know, that I've seen him play a lot. I mean, he looks exciting, but yeah, this is what I'm saying. It goes back to at the beginning of the show when I said how we as fans can sit here and say, what about this player? What about that player? Why don't we get this player in? And sometimes it might be unrealistic, but then at the end of the day, you've got a director of football there, and you've got scouts who are paid good money to kind of look at these players from a wider kind of, from a sort of overseas domestic leagues, and pick out the gems. I know it's competitive. Don't get me wrong. I can imagine it'll be ultra competitive. You know, as soon as you get a half decent player on the rise, you know, all clubs will be alerted. All the big clubs will be on alert. All the networks they've got, the contacts, the scouts. So you're competing against a lot of competition. But yeah, it's as I said at the beginning of the show. To me, it's been very strange how inactive Newcastle have been in a lot of the windows since Piff took over. And I know they had the PSR issues with having to sell Minte and Anderson, but like you said to me, to be fair, right, you made obviously a good point last summer. If that is the constraints, and if the constraints are so restrictive that way, then do you not then be creative and say, okay, we're gonna use this to our advantage? And then, you mentioned in the summer to me about selling Anthony Gordon, didn't you? And you said to me, let's just trade him now. Let's get big money while we can, because we're under these restraints, with PSR. But we've not been proactive that way neither. So do you know what I mean? We're not being proactive in terms of like finding the gems in the transfer market, and we're not being proactive in trading really. So it has been disappointing that way. There's just no getting around that.
Yeah. One thing I mentioned on that is, it's funny, in the summer when I mentioned that on a live podcast, I think it was Black and White podcast with the Chronicle, I forgot its exact name. Really good lads, and I put a comment on saying exactly that. Let's sell Gordon, let's get 70 million, and let's be creative in the transfer market that way and use that money to strengthen other areas of the team, because you've got Harvey Barnes. You can get a young left winger to come in and compete with Barnes and use the rest of the money elsewhere. And one of them said kind of 70 million, that's got to be a joke type thing. And not that you think it's too much, but from the point of view of, I'd want a lot more than 70 million. When you fast forward 6-8 months later, I think a lot of people would absolutely love to get 70 million now, wouldn't they, for Anthony Gordon? What do you think, Tina?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, at the time, he looked like an absolute world beater. Like, I understood why Liverpool were coming in, and I was a little bit scared by that. I was really hoping that we would keep hold of him, and that he would continue to develop on the trajectory. I'll try that word again. Trajectory. I'm not going to use that word. You know what I'm trying to say. On that same plane that he was on at that time, sussed it. So yeah, but there has definitely. I mean, I'd be surprised if we got over 70 million for him now, just based on the season that he's had. But as I say, if you look at him for the first 20 minutes against Liverpool, when he came on against PSG, back when we were playing against, I want to say Marseille, and he was the one. I mean, he didn't have a great game, but he was the one who was kind of taking a bit of hold of the game and just trying to get the lads into the game more. So we've still seen signs that Anthony Gordon is still potentially a really, really, really good player. But yeah, his valuation in the last couple of years has probably plummeted quite badly.
Yeah.
And
I'm not saying he's... Go on, Peter.
Yeah, just when you think about how often it is talked about with PSR, and we always play that card as in like, we can't do anything, hands are tied. So with that in mind, yeah, like maybe that was a good time in hindsight. Obviously you said it at the time to me, to be fair. So was that not a good time to be proactive that way and kind of think further down the line? You know what I mean? It's so, yeah. I'm just getting a little
almost like I know what I'm talking about.
Well, possibly. But no, it just seems like, yeah, with PIF and with the club in general, like it's just been really frustrating how they haven't been proactive that way. And like I say, I come back to the number one comment, and they're not operating like a club who are aiming for number one. And I'm not sitting here screaming for like loads of signings, do you know what I mean? And I want to sign all these world-class players every window. That's not what I'm saying. It's just, it's this whole PSR thing. Either be creative get creative around it, or try and scout some gems, or they've had a few windows now to kind of like look further down the line and plan these things. So that's where it's just a bit surprising that it still feels a bit stagnant when it comes to the transfer market. Yeah. And especially just with the injuries as well we've got, would you not want to press the emergency button a little bit and just say, okay, for this window, we need cover, and just do what you need to do? I don't know.
Go on, Tina.
I was just going to say, according to Hopkinson today, when he was on TalkSport earlier on, he was saying that there wasn't really a PSR issue in the January, but there was money there that we could have used. So now it looks more like part of the issue, rather than us just using PSR as an excuse, is that we are trying to identify the right players who Eddie Howe wants at the club on like a long-term basis. And he wasn't able to get one of those players, so didn't then decide to just bring in somebody who he was less sure about. And in regards to Gordon, when it comes to like the PSR that we could have got, I mean, hindsight's 2020, isn't it? Like if we had all the ones that drop off a cliff, probably would all snap Liverpool's hands off. But unfortunately, at the time, he was our number 10, and we thought he was going to be world class for us. So
yeah. No, well, I think with the Eddie Howe situation, like you've said there in the window with Hopkinson saying, well, no, there was money. I think it goes back to potentially Eddie Howe being very, I'm going to say, rigid, and that's a good thing in one way, just like he is with the players themselves, where he wants to make sure they understand what he wants them to do before he bloods them. He wants to make sure that he finds, like you say, Tina, the right player who comes in, not only helps us in the now, but helps us in the long term. I understand that, I get that, and I admire that, because he's meticulous with his detail. At the same time, I just think it's maybe going too far that way, in that maybe you've got to be a little bit more flexible as and when. So in this situation, in this window, it's like, we are struggling a bit. We do need a bit of help. These lads need a bit of help out there. Let's find some players where you're going to have a bit more flexibility. Yes, maybe you have a few more doubts around this player than you would have other players. But if it's a loan, for example, then you see what happens. or if it's a player from abroad, for example, who you wonder, will he adapt to the league? Will he not adapt to the league? Ordinarily, Eddie Howe might say no, but if it works, we get top 5. So I'm going to take that chance. And I'm not saying, throw silly money around, take chances like that. You've got to be clever. But yeah, like Peter says, if there's, a scouting team in place, they should be able to come up with the quality players out there who we ourselves, as an average fan, can't see and hasn't got the ability to ID that talent. They get paid the big bucks to do that. So if money was there, then yeah, you have got a question. It's a bit like with Eddie Howe, where I think he's very close to the players. And again, I admire that. And I think he's created this amazing team spirit over the years that has been partly responsible for getting us the success that we've got. But I just think maybe Gordon being an example, if you're a bit too close with the players, maybe you can't see the wood for the trees a bit, and he needs to pull back just a little bit. I'm not saying 180 go Souness style. I want to fight the players. That's not what we need and not what we want. But just pull back a little bit, and I think that's where Eddie is a bit too conservative, a bit too inflexible, looking in from the outside. I bow down. I've got to be a bit humble in that. We're not in the trenches there. We don't see everything that goes on. I take that point as well.
Yeah.
I've got a few comments here. So Flynn says, ain't getting top 10 more like. I've got a few questions actually. One about tonight, but the Man City game. But I'll ask you this, Tina. Where do you think we're going to finish?
I mean, that's a tough question with how we're playing this season. I think we'll finish within the top 10 easily. I think I would love us to finish top 5, which I still think there's a possibility of us doing. But I think 5th, 6th, or 7th is starting to look a bit more realistic. But maybe I'm going to go with 5th.
Mm-hmm.
Yourself?
I like it. I think, right, sitting here right now, I'm going to say 8th.
We should have given me last.
7th or 8th. Sorry?
You should have given me last on this one because mine's going to be.
I should have. I know exactly. Now the balloon's just been popped. Yeah, I know. What do you think, Peter? How? Give us some optimism.
Well, I said a few weeks ago. Let me just. I'll come back to a comment I said about a month ago, and I said that looking at the competitions that we were in at the time, and that I think we are. Yeah, we're still in. So obviously you got Premier League, Champions League, FA Cup, League Cup. So about a month ago, I sat here and I said, looking at the squad, I don't think it's unrealistic to say out of those 4 competitions, we will do something, we will achieve. Okay. And that's how I felt at the time. I think it was off the back of, which match was it? There was a Champions League victory, I think. And yeah, so I'm not gonna, if I just go do a 180 against that, like a month later, like what does that say about me? But yeah, it's just so up and down with the way that the team is, and I still stand by that. To me, we watched like Arsenal v Chelsea last night. It was terrible. It was honestly. So when you look at the players we've got, yes, it's all over the shop at times. There's gaps everywhere. We're not playing to Voltemader's strengths. He's isolated. The list goes on, right? But when it does click, we've got enough firepower to do damage, and I think to get further up the table, it's there. It just needs to, we need to have Eddie Howe get the team clicking and get them more organised. And you see, my issue is from a month ago to now, I've just been surprised in some of the things that I've seen constantly, but also that hasn't been, like, for example, Eddie Howe again, Liverpool. He was saying that he was and you know, Tina, I love Eddie Howe, and I'll always have massive respect for he's done what no other manager could do since the 1960s. That says it all, right? So the last thing I want is like St James's to become like a sort of hostile environment, because we should just he's our man, and we should always respect him and get behind him. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I'm looking at, you're asking the question where we're going to finish. Eddie Howe, when he said about the Liverpool game, how he was surprised that we conceded 4, he couldn't quite understand how that happened. Does not seem like maybe I know this might sound really harsh, but has his standards not maybe dropped a little bit? When you look how formidable we were a couple of years ago under Eddie Howe, we were so hard to beat. That's the thing. We were a really tough nut to crack. And like, I remember there was one game as well last season. I think it was Fulham away. There was a moment where Eddie Howe pulled the team, didn't he? When they had there was an injury, I think, and there was a water break, and he pulled the team to the sideline, right? And he had very harsh words for all of them, and he said, he says, "This is Newcastle United. Yous are not playing to the right standard, lads." Right? I think that was either last season or the season before.
It was last season.
Last season. So, but which is brilliant, But yeah, there's just been times this season, and again at the Sunderland game, you go back to that, and the manner of that performance, more so on the ball. I think off the ball, they were organised and all that, but on the ball, it was shambles. And the fact that the post match, he was quite, I think he let them off, with that one, and that I thought, okay, well, we'll see how things pan out, for the rest of the season, but. Yeah, we're so open, and it's not just a number 6. I think again what we've seen in the box, players tend to mark space and not mark players a lot of the time. So I'm just questioning where's that grit and the organisation gone. I thought it was coming back when I thought we might have turned the corner when we had those games against Palace. Remember Palace at home, and we'll be Burnley away, Palace at home, and
Leeds.
Exactly, Leeds. Yeah, we came back coming from behind. We'll beat Fulham as well in the home FA Cup match. Oh, that was it League Cup, yeah. And that was a bit nitty gritty. So I thought, you know what, they're showing more character now. But I just feel like the way the team is set up is very open, and I'm not seeing any signs of that really being addressed. So unfortunately, I would have to say, if I was to put a bet on, I would say we're going to finish. I honestly have to say 7th.
I mean, that's still potentially.
You know what? Oh, sorry, Timmy, just quickly, just to round it off, I'm not ruling us out winning the FA Cup. So I'll say that.
I'd take that.
Yeah.
Villa away. Oh, damn right. I would take it. But Villa away, if we can get through that, then yeah, let's see what we can do if we can win that game. But that's obviously a toughie, isn't it? And loads of comments. Honestly, really appreciate all the support. Keep the comments coming. Was there? He says 5th and a cup and Champions League semi. I mean, my word, you'd take that, wouldn't you? That's optimistic as well. Yeah, I don't see it, but yeah, as KK said, I'd love it if it happens. And Peter, you mentioned the Chelsea game there last night, the Chelsea Arsenal game, and I'm watching that game, and I'm seeing Chelsea. And they were, in my opinion, ridiculous. For a semi-final, you're losing a goal down. They just refused to play forward passes. It was complete low-risk football until I was gonna say until the last 5 minutes. Even the last 5 minutes, they're still wanting to do patterns of play on the edge of the box. It was just ridiculous, in my opinion. And I'm watching it, and I'm thinking, this team is above Newcastle. And obviously it's one game. I appreciate that, and they've got some quality players. But that's the frustration this season, where it's all to play for. And if you really want it, if you really put a run together, the top 5, the 5th spot is there for you. And you've got Chelsea playing like that, and they're above us. And in my opinion, probably will finish above us. But my word, that was horrendous. In my opinion, it was just horrendous from them last night. And I know it's tactics and all that. Well, you wait until 5 minutes, then you go for the game. But no, I was saying today that you watch a game of football in the Premier League from the 90s, 2000s, and it's absolute chalk and cheese in regards to players taking responsibility, having the courage on the ball and make things happen, taking risks, and getting up and down the pitch. A lot of these players these days, in my opinion, couldn't lace the boots of a lot of players back in the late 90s, early 2000s. It's just the way the game's gone, and we've said it a million times, but speaking about tonight, it is the influence of Pep. I'm not pinning it on him in that he's, the devil incarnate. All I mean is managers are copying him and have been for a long time now. And the result is every team is like a clone of each other, playing triangles, going nowhere, no risk football or low risk football.
Pendulum.
Yeah, and it is the pendulum, like we've said. But to bring it back to Man City and tonight and to our team, I'm going to ask a question. I know your answer, Peter, on this, but for you, Tina, Pope or Ramsdale?
Pope, Nick Pope. Absolutely.
Well, Peter thinks otherwise.
Really? Why is that?
You see, with Ramsdale, I just think, we've brought him into the club. I can't sit here and say I think he's world class or anything, but we had that pre-season against Celtic with Pope, and we had that calamity where the two goals went in and the ball bounced over his head. He came out the goal, and I mean, I just felt in that moment, I felt hand on heart. Do you know what? It's kind of time now. I think Eddie's going to put in Ramsdale, and I was really surprised that he didn't right at the start of that season of this season. So, look, I'm not saying Nick Pope is a terrible goalkeeper. I know I've been quite negative tonight, and I don't want to lower the frequencies, lower the vibrations, but no, I just I just feel with Ramsdale, you brought him in for a reason. I mean, they didn't just close their eyes and just pick someone out of a hat. They've obviously picked Ramsdale because they think he's decent. So therefore, well, if you think he's decent, then play him, because again, with the Liverpool match, that fourth goal from Nick Pope, it's it's not great, is it? The way he came out and tried to claim the ball, it slips through his hands, and I just think give Ramsdale a run, but certainly for tonight, obviously, to League Cup match, I do think he will come in tonight for tonight's match.
I mean, I wouldn't be upset if Ramsdale is playing. I think he's quite he's got good communication with his defenders. He's definitely better with his feet than Nick Pope is.
Yeah.
But when I got given the two names, I was just I'll swing for Pope. But I wouldn't mind if Ramsdale plays.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think one of them's much better than the other one by any stretch.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I personally, I don't think either are the answer long
No.
term. I think a lot of people think that as well. Do you think that as well, Tina? Yeah.
No, there'll have to be a better goalkeeper at some point.
Yeah, definitely. I'll go to a few of the comments here because the team will be out in a few minutes, I believe. So before we get that, we've got the good doctor in the house, and he says the teams we beat are near the bottom of the table. Those wins were unconvincing, except Palace. Yes, I would agree. Go on, Tina.
I was just saying we did beat Man City earlier in the year, earlier in the season.
Yeah, exactly. There was that. I agree to an extent, but like you say, there was the Man City game and the Leeds game as well. I know it was, you could say, unconvincing in some ways, but we showed brilliant spirit in that game to get back and get over the line in that one. So you've got to give credit, I think, for showing that type of quality. It's not always about the silky football, although obviously, our football has not been great. I've got a few other comments here. Gavin Fuller says, we used to be hard to beat, but with losing from winning positions and no points from losing positions, rivals will call us NUFC crumble. And we've got Paul Sprague says, so easy to play against us. One ball over the top and the opposition are in. I think yous three are being generous where we are finishing. Well, I mean, you tell us where you think we'll finish. I said 8th or 7th. So maybe you think it'll be 10th or worse, bottom half maybe, but let us know. Got another comment here. Christopher Hosking says, question all three. What makes you think we can find form when it's 24 games in and we are not won 3 in a row yet, and 9 of our final 14 games, let me just bring this back up, are higher than us? We may not reach even 45 points. I mean, I'm personally, like I said, I'm losing hope big time for any top 5 finish. I'd love to be proved wrong, but this is why I think it'll be 7th or 8th, I would say. Because, I think we've seen enough now to kind of see that maybe things have went a little bit stale, unfortunately, and the transfer window was an opportunity to try and bring some freshness and help the lads out, and obviously we haven't taken that option. And just finally, Wazza says, tell you what, yous do mongers think, let's think of some more wrongs and negatives. FGS, stop mourning, man. Well, the thing is, I think you've said that you want Eddie out, don't you? So, which is it, mate? Which is it? If you think we're going to get top 5, why do you want Eddie out? So, come back on that one. Let's have a look and see if there's any team news. So, is it an 8 o'clock kickoff? It's out, is it? Okay, let's have a look. Let us know if yous have got it as well. I'm just going to go through some comments. Yeah, so Connor says the team is out. Mighty win. Listening on DAB, guys. Yahoo. Good stuff.
Nice one.
Good to hear from you, Win.
Oh, Ramsdale's in.
There you go.
Is he now? Yeah, so it's on the screen now. So let's go through the team. Ramsdale, Trippier, Hall, Botman, Tonali, Gordon, Thiaw, Voltemeda, Willock, Byrne, and Ramsey. So let's try and pick the bones out of this and see who is playing. So Botman.
So we've got.
So who's the centre backs, Tina?
Sorry?
Who is the centre backs if it's 3 at the back? So you've got Botman, you've got
Botman,
Thiaw, and Byrne. Yeah.
And you've got Trippier, right wing back. You've got Lewis Hall, left wing back. I think he's going with Ramsey and Tonali in the middle, and then Willock, Voltemada, and Gordon. So he's kind of went with like 2/3 of the team that I suggested with Peter's goalkeeper.
I think he's listening on DAB.
He's listening on DAB.
Exactly.
He's picked our team. We'll win 5-0. Let's bring the cup home.
That's it. There you go. That's the wonders of DAB. I think the same formation, like we said as well. Wing backs. So I'm happy with that in that regard. There's no youngsters on there. I don't know what. So let's have a look at the subs. I can see them here. So subs is Nick Pope, Johan Wissa. I'll just bring this back up. Harvey Barnes, Will Asula, Anthony Alanga, Jacob Murphy, Alex Murphy, Leo Shahar, and Sean Neve. So those last 3 are I was going to say youngsters. Murphy's been in and around it for a while now, wasn't he? But Shahar and Neve on the bench as well. Yeah, I think I'm not going to complain really in that I was saying beforehand I want to see wing backs if Voltemada's on the pitch. He is on the pitch. We've got wing backs. I like Ramsey, to be honest, keeping his place in the side there. We'll see at the weekend. But I do think Ramsey is a good player. And I think we should have seen more of him before now. And I think he has performed really well recently, in amongst obviously some average games, let's say. What do you think about Ramsey, Tina?
I mean, I've liked what I've seen of him. I liked the little bits that I saw before we got him. I was actually quite happy when we signed him. I know not a lot of people were. Obviously, he didn't hit the ground running like I expected him to. But I think in the last couple of games, he's really shown that when J7 is not available, Ramsey is, he's kind of a ready-made replacement. He maybe doesn't have quite the physicality that Joelinton does, but I mean, who does? I mean, the guy turns up like Roman Reigns every match. So, I mean, you're never going to have that same level. But Ramsey's definitely got, I would probably say, a little bit more technicality to him than maybe even J7 does. He's good box to box. He puts his foot in. I've not seen him put a foot wrong for the last couple of games he's played, to be honest.
No. I agree.
Yeah.
What me on to read out?
Well, you want us to read it out, don't you? End of season, Timmy lad. He's saying Eddie Howe to go end of the season. Golden handshake. I'm assuming that's what you mean. And he says, Peter, you're better looking. So that's a dagger to my heart. So I don't know if I'll be back from this point onwards with that one. Like, yeah. So I need somebody to back us up here. Like, I mean, in my opinion, it's harsh lighting. I've got this lighting on my face. Once again, we're live on YouTube if you're listening on DAB. But yeah, that's my excuse anyway. I can't go along with that one. Like, right. Still, Badad says no Barnes. Why? I said at the start of the show, in my opinion, I would have rested Barnes, and he's rested Barnes. For me, the weekend is vitally important. I think we need Harvey Barnes, who wasn't amazing against Liverpool. I've seen somebody say that earlier, and that's correct, I think. But I still think he's one of our best bets for a goal, when the crunch comes. Let's go through some other comments. So Gordon has been awful, Stephen. NUFC says, best part of the season and still starts. I don't mind it if he's not playing in the weekend, but to be fair, I'm saying that I think we all know he will play at the weekend. So from that point of view, I get what you're saying, Stephen. Stephen also says Barnes has been consistently better and drops in. I think that's a good point, and unfortunately, I think Eddie Howe is leaning too much towards the personal side where it comes to Anthony Gordon, where that was a strength to his management, like I said earlier, where he got the best out of players, where he was quite personal with them, it seems. But with this whole situation, I think it's a bit too much. And Anthony Gordon, I think, has been given too much leeway from Eddie Howe. So Trolls says, so Hall in midfield then. I mean, it could be that if we play a different formation, if we play a 4-3-3, but I think, like we've said, it's the wing backs.
Yeah, with Hall otherwise that means Burn at left back. And look, I love Dan Burn. He's from Blythe. I'm a massive optimistic person, as you all know, but I don't want to see Burn at left back. Not even I'm that optimistic, guys.
You'll get crucified if you vouch for that, Tina, on this channel.
But not even I'm that gutsy. And I'll say some optimistic and gutsy things and get away with it. Not even I am going to claim that I love Dan Burn at left back.
I think in emergencies it's fine. Do you know what I mean? But not on a regular basis. And Craig Hope's Connor says that Craig Hope saying that it's 5-4-1, he's been told. So I think it's fair to say that's going to be the case.
I mean, I do like the lineup, to be honest, and it's. I know we might have sounded quite negative tonight, and we're obviously venting a bit of frustration. But I agree with what you've said about Ramsey. And I've banged the drum about Ramsey this season, how we need to give him more game time. And I will say, J7 did play better when he did come back from injury a few weeks ago. I thought J7 looked like a better version of what we had seen before on the ball and off the ball. But then the Villa game comes around and it's like he's off the boil and he's a bit all over the shop. So he's one of those players that is, I think, you don't know what you're going to get. He's either brilliant or he's a problem. And Ramsey, I think, is probably a bit more reliable. So, and I've really liked, like you said earlier, I've really liked what I've seen from Ramsey, especially PSG. I thought he was brilliant. And I just hope we can, get into a rhythm where we're plugging these holes where we're not so kamikaze, because we have got quality players. And again, I might have sounded negative tonight, but it's because I can see the potential. I can see we've got Bonds. Obviously, Gordon on his day when he's switched on is a threat. He's not world class, and I think Eddie overrates him, but he can still be effective in some games. We've got Voltameda to show what he's all about. Wissa, obviously on the bench tonight, but for me, Wissa, he's the one player who I'd seen the most out of all the new signings from the summer, and I can say hand and heart, I think he's a quality player, and he's done the business for Brentford. So surely he's got, there's more to come there from Wissa. So I can see there's quality there, and I just want us to be a bit more a bit less kamikaze and a bit more of a tough, tougher outfit to beat, because I think that's our downfall. To be honest, there's just too many gaps appearing, and I'm not gonna crucify the lads tonight if obviously we'll get beat, because this is more of a general comment, I guess, in this season. Man City tonight, obviously top team, we're already 2-0 down, so I'm not sitting here expecting us to kind of go and beat City, but yeah, it's I can just see the potential. That's why it's frustrating, when it doesn't come off, because we have got some players.
Yeah. J.R. Hunter says, baffles me how some people are so scared of having hope, like they can't handle it. I mean, you know what they say, it's the hope that kills you. But no, I agree. You've got to still have hope, and you've got to keep the faith, as we say. It's part of being a Newcastle fan, isn't it? In my opinion, you've got to still have the optimism that no, we can do it. And I think you show that more than anyone, Tina, and I do admire that. One thing I want to bring up before we go is Sven Botman, and this is going to be really interesting to see what happens with Botman now going forward, because when Dan Burn got fit, there was obviously a decision to make then, and Botman picked up this knock supposedly, but he's on the bench against Liverpool. I cannot understand that. I'll never understand that. I'll never agree with that. If you're injured, you're injured. You should not be in the bench, because what if Dan Burn goes over in the first minute of the game? You're going to put Botman on, are you? You're not, are you, if he's injured? So, yeah, it's nonsensical in my opinion. But Botman's back in the side tonight with Burn, obviously, 3 centre-backs. We've got Brentford at the weekends. Providing both are fit after this game, it's going to be really interesting to see who he plays as centre-back, isn't it? If he goes with 4 at the back against Brentford. I mean, he might. Some might say it's a cop-out, but he might just stick with the wing-backs, which, having said that, I said before, is a good option if you're playing Voltemada, regardless where you're playing, because it gets the best out of him, because the wingers can support him more with the compensation of wing-backs behind. Where do you stand, Tina, on Botman and the whole Botman-Burn debate? Now they're both fit.
I mean, since we signed Botman, Botman's been one of my favourite players of the team. I think he still is every bit the Rolls-Royce player that we kind of got sold him as at the start of his career. But when it comes down to fitness, I mean, against Brentford, if we're picking one of the two, I'd probably go with Dan Burn in that game. But as first choice left centre-back, I'd go with Botman 100% of the time. And I'm a massive fan of Big Dan Burn. I never put up with people who speak bad about him or say that he's not good. But Sven Botman is he could be to put it in Geordie terms, he could be a prop player. He's a fantastic defender. He can ping a ball, not quite as good as Fabian Schär, but he can ping a ball, and he's passing, he's calm on the ball, he's got a very mature head, even though he's still not that old. And I mean, defensively, he's just, him and Chow, that's your first choice centre-back pairing, and that's coming from Fabian Schär's #1 fan, and someone who defends Dan Burn. So yeah, Botman better than most defenders in the league, I would say.
There's a conflict of interest there with Shaw, though, to be fair, isn't there, Tina, with you?
Yeah. No comment.
Just quickly, Tina, why would you play Botman at the weekend? Burn at the weekend if you prefer Botman?
I think with Botman having had a couple of knocks and a couple of injuries, because Dan Burn's not I'm not saying play a weakened side against him, but if you're going to pick a game to play your second choice centre back, that would be the game that I would prefer us to do that in, as opposed to tonight or Villa. So that's why I would play Dan Burn at the weekend.
Okay, interesting. Right, Tina, it's been lovely having you. We've now got Gary, we've got Michael, and we've got the mighty Win joining us to take over. How are you doing, lads?
Doing great.
Good evening, all.
I've just been listening to you on DAB Digital Radio.
There you go. Nice one.
Bring it on.
Brilliant. Brilliant stuff.
Go to your tab list, hit NUFC Talk Radio, and put it in one of your presets.
Brilliant.
There you go.
Indeed.
Love it.
Yeah. So, guys, before you leave, interesting setup for this evening. I heard a couple of hours ago that a lot of the youngsters, I think there was 8 youngsters that had travelled with the squad. I was very intrigued to see whether he had the kahunas to actually start any of them. Yeah, I was right. Yeah, but I mean, like I say, a couple of the lads on the bench. I mean, you reckon it's going to be a 5-4-1 according to Craig Hope. What's the chances of it being maybe something a bit different? I don't know. I think it could be Anthony Gordon working off the shoulder of Wissa. Wissa dropping in, and maybe you can go to, a 5-3 in midfield if you like.
It's Volta Gary, isn't it?
I'm going to say.
That's what I'm saying. So no, not Wissa, Voltamara. That's what I meant. Playing off the shoulder, just working in the channels. Because, like I say, the biggest problem you have is pace in and behind, and maybe that's the reason why Willock is potentially on the right-hand side instead of Harvey Barnes, which, to be fair, it's a surprise for me when you're needing goals and one of your top goal scorers isn't involved in the matchday squad. So Harvey Barnes to the rescue off the bench, do we reckon? Well, only time will tell. But yeah, I mean, there is lots of ways this can turn out. And again, we've said it looks very defensive against Manchester City, who in themselves have to make a couple of changes. But the depth of their squad, Nico Gonzalez coming in because Cherky took a knock, Reinders coming in the middle, and obviously Nathan Ake, who we were linked with one time, coming in at centre back, and then you've got Marmouche up top. So I mean, like I say, it's not a bad like for Pep. Even though I couldn't believe my ears. I must admit, we was very kind for Martin to come on board last night, and I don't know whether you guys had seen the Pep interview. The fact that he was so upset that they hadn't spent that much money. Very interested. But I hope you guys, thanks ever so much for starting us off tonight. And like I say, it's lovely to see and listen to you in the background. And like I say, hopefully Christina's joy and, want the will to win. I know you guys have been, I can't believe he says that one looks better looking than the other one. I'm sorry, lads. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Which is which?
Well, if you can't tell by now. Oh, dear.
We need to cover the names next time.
Absolutely. That's what you're going to do. You have to just hide your names.
I've just had me fancy ticket this afternoon. She wanted to spice my life up a bit, so we should play doctors and nurses. So I stuck her in the trolley in the hole and left her alone for 24 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus.
I was wondering where that was going there.
DAB. Where's the bleep? Yeah. Yeah, so like I say, thank you ever so much for starting us off, and I bid you a good night.
How are the lads?
See you later. How are the lads indeed? Get that first goal, and then we'll see where we go.
Absolutely, and I think that is going to be the thing that sticks for me. But like I say, for anybody out there that isn't aware, I suppose we better just say, like I say, just if you can, when you have the opportunity, just do a couple of things for us, and that's hit the like button, subscribe, and ring that bell if you get the opportunity. If you're driving, obviously I don't want you messing with your phone. Wait till you get home to the safety of your sofa. Jump on board YouTube and do that for us. It certainly helps us as a channel to bring you more and more content. That's certainly in the pipeline. And like I say, just for you guys, if you're not aware, membership's still only $4.99. So like I say, get it while it's hot. If you've got a question before we start, then throw it in there. Like I say, nothing is guaranteed. So if you do want to guarantee that chat mentioned, then throw us all here a super chat. just use the $sign. It's a simple little task to do. But like I say, I thank everybody on board that is watching and continues to watch us going forward. Gentlemen, thoughts on the lineup? Anything of a surprise to you, Michael?
I'm a little disappointed, if I'm completely honest. I thought this was probably the only game where you can have one of the, let's say, I don't want to include Man United and Tottenham in this, but the big six, and you can play a bit more of an attacking formation, because there's no difference between winning 1-0 and losing 8-0 in reality, except for morale, maybe. So I expected her to give it a little bit more of a go. In my head, I was kind of like, yeah, you'll play the 5 at the back, 3 in midfield, 2 up top. And then, but my heart kind of wanted something a little bit different. Clearly, I've not got that. I thought it was a good game to give Malik Chow a rest as well. But I'm interested to see how Voltamada and Gordon, I think they're going to be used as a 2, just because we don't seem to see Gordon on the right, and I don't think we'd see Ramsey on the right wing. I think we'd be more inclined to see him on the left wing, so that's why I think there's a 3 in midfield. But Gordon and Voltamada, if Eddie Howe has said to Gordon, stay out on the wing, then, or stay wide, then Voltamada's going to have no service, because he's going to have no one near him. But if he says to him, keep close to Voltamada, and every time he makes that first touch, you should be within 5-10 yards of him, then maybe, just maybe, Newcastle can do something. But it's not a lineup that inspires confidence, is it?
No.
Can anybody correct me if I'm wrong, but is this the first time that we've seen Willock and Gordon start? I've been racking my brains and I can't think of it. And so what I was thinking back to was the halcyon days when we had Willock and J7 on the left. Neither of them hugging the wing, both of them playing up the 10, taking turns kind of thing. And I can't recall seeing Willock and Gordon starting on the left.
It would have been, they both started against Liverpool.
I was going to say,
well, I'm not sure Willock did anything, but he definitely started.
It was definitely either side, wasn't he? I thought it was one of those trick questions for a second. I thought you were going to try and throw a curve.
No, not at all. No, I just thought,
that might be the first season, though.
Could this be the start of something? In a 5, what I'm saying is actually a 5-3 to a 5. 3-5-2-1. Because I think Trips and Hall will move out the back 3 and they'll spread a bit.
Yeah, I'm like Michael, if I'm honest with you. I think if you're going to rest your 2 strikers against Liverpool, it's because he wants them all literally up for tonight. He wants to start them, the 2 of them, vying for goals, really hammering. Maybe a 4-2-4 situation. As like you said, probably an idea to give Malik Chow a bit of a breather. But as daft as it looks, Malik Chow he looks as dangerous in the opposition box. He does get himself in reasonable positions. Again, maybe it's a case of limit what Man City can do, and when we do get the opportunities to get the ball into the box, maybe we go and try and get something from it. But it certainly does, on paper, 5-4-1 looks extremely negative. But like I say, I have a feeling it's going to be a 3-4-2-1. That's what I feel. I have it in my water. And like I say, when you get to my age, that's easy done.
Look, he's saying, why don't we go back to 4-2-1? Well, I think we'd get beat.
Who's been sent off? Is the first question I'd be. With J7, he's not on the park, so maybe Gordon. Yeah, you don't know. So I'm gonna throw this up on the screen, and then we'll see if we can play with it a little bit and see if we can work out where potentially this could go, because like I say, it has a mix-up of being very poor and very boring, and I'll throw it up No, and there you go.
Oh,
so
very exciting.
Let's go through the Manchester City team, because like I say, we've also had the pleasure of that. So Trafford is in goal. Núñez stays at right back again. He's the one who will drop into the 6 role, very narrow, once Manchester City get to the halfway line. Kusnov and Ake, like I said, to me, Ake has been literally one of those versatility players for them. Not really nailed down anywhere, and we all know what Aït-Nouri can do down that left-hand side if you allow him to play. Going into midfield, you've got O'Reilly again, another up-and-coming youngster at Manchester City with Reinders, and Nico Gonzalez out on the right. Foden will probably be in the 10, even though, like I said, Foden still really hasn't found form for Manchester City, in and out of the team. Hopefully, it stays that way tonight. And Semenyo on the left-hand side. And again, Semenyo has started his career at Manchester City with a little bit of fire in his belly. And Mamouche would be the one that'll play the striker. So for Newcastle, as we've been told, the 5 at the back, Ramsdale in goal, which is nice to see Ramsdale in goal, if I'm honest with you. Trips on the right wing-back position, Malik Chow, Botman and Dan Burn be the 3 centre-halves, with Lewis Hall as the left wing-back. Across the middle, you've got Anthony Gordon left-hand side. Tonali and Ramsey will sit as the 2 centre midfielders. And I believe Willock will be out there on the right-hand side. Again, a player for me who hasn't done too bad out on the right-hand side on occasions. And it does depend, like Wurzel Gummidge, what head he uses and wears at the time. And we've got Voltemada that really looks all alone and isolated up top. So I said to you guys, this could potentially be a 3-4-2-1. So I am going to just manipulate a little bit into where I think this could end up being. So if I'm going to try and squeeze it so you guys can have a little bit more fun. But again, we've got to be careful of how much I tweak this without it looking completely topsy-turvy. So I think it could end up looking a little bit like this. And I'm not saying it'll start this way. I don't think it will. But I think as the game progresses, I think you'll see that fluidity from the 5, where players the likes of Willock and Anthony Gordon go and support the likes of Voltemada, and even to the point where you'll get Willock and Anthony Gordon potentially going past him and him dropping into the hollow just to try and pick up that ball between the 6s and the 2 centre-backs. It's always a very difficult spot for any opposition team to mark, because you either drop your 6s out or you push your back 4 higher up the field. And obviously with pace, that always allows the opportunity to get in behind. So, like I say, the one thing we have to be good at today, which I believe we've been pretty lax at over the last umpteen games, is midfield. I just think we have to be a little bit more solid in midfield. It is the gateway to the defence. It also opens up the attack. So I just think we just need to be a little bit better on progression of the ball. And I certainly hope we're a little bit tighter when it comes to the defensive region. So, gentlemen, as I've just done there, what is your thoughts now? I've moved these boys around a little bit. Does it look so negative?
That's exactly what I want to see. That's exactly what I want to see. Double pivot in the middle with Trips and Lewis Hall up there, advancing, pressing, and Gordon and Willock behind, and as you've just said, sometimes in front of Voltemada for his little clever flicks.
Yeah, if he drops
and Voltemada looking for space in that area, just on the D, just on or outside the D. That's exactly what I would love to see.
Yeah. Michael, yourself?
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those where I think I can look at it and go, I can see how that's going to improve and how it could cause City some problems. I do think City will probably play a bit more of a 4-3-3. Gonzalez will be more with O'Reilly, Reinders a little bit ahead with Semenyo and Foden. So realistically, I don't see us winning that midfield battle no matter what we do. So I think a good thing would.
So you think these guys are going to be more like this? And
I
Foden
think
coming
O'Reilly
out?
will be. Yeah, I think O'Reilly will be a little bit deeper than Reinders and Gonzalez. Reinders will probably end up being a bit more advanced. With the way City play. But I think it's going to be one of those where we try and sit back a little bit, hit them on the counter. They're going to have a lot of the play. Reinders, O'Reilly, Gonzalez. Reinders is going to be the one that causes us problems in that midfield. If you can put pressure on Gonzalez or O'Reilly, we've got there's 5 players around O'Reilly basically there. Yeah. If you can put the pressure on him, then all of a sudden you've got a chance because he hasn't looked great recently. But I would like to see us play more of that 3-4-2-1. I've just got a little bit of a feeling that to start off, because the plan will probably be to replicate how we did against PSG. First 10 minutes, we're going to be more of a back 6.
Having seen how successful the press was for the first half hour against Liverpool, why not do that instead of sitting?
I think that the biggest thing you've got to think of when you're playing with freedom and you've got no pressure on you, like Man City tonight will have literally no pressure on them whatsoever. It'll be smooth for them, and they'll want to try and get as much time on the ball as they can. And I think what we have to do is chase. The problem is, as we've seen, it takes a little bit of time, a little bit of caution not to go and concede early on. And I think, we've all heard and we've all seen the fact that this game can change on that next goal. Even in the final, when we were 2-0 up against Liverpool, how many of us thought when they got that one goal right towards the end that it was going to turn? You know what I mean? So one goal can change the outlook of this game. I'm not saying it'll put the fear of God into Manchester City because they are exceedingly good players, but, anything can happen. And like I said, even against a shaky side like Tottenham, they've conceded 2. They've scored 2, but they have conceded 2. So they're not the strongest at the back. So it'll be interesting to see how Trafford plays. If Trafford wants to wear the black and white, I hope he drops a couple of balls on the 6-yard line. That will certainly do us. That'll be an extra 10 million in your pocket, lad.
Well, not only that, but it could be 10 million off his fee.
Well, exactly. Yeah, but I mean, it's like I said. I find when I'm like you, I found it a little bit frustrating the fact that you've rested your 2 strikers, and yet you're not starting with your quickest striker. And again, for me, Voltemade is one of them players. Maybe he's more suited to the likes of Manchester City that allow you a little bit more time on the ball. They're not the type of team that will hurry and rush you. What Manchester City often try and do is wait for you to make the mistake. Now, how many times have we seen Newcastle give the ball away? And I think that is the big question for me.
Yeah, it's going to be really crucial that we don't make those kind of mistakes. We've seen, as you say, we've seen it so many times this season that Newcastle make stupid mistakes. In fact, we saw it so many times just against Liverpool to the point where they thought, you know what, we don't need to have the possession that we normally have. We can sit back a little bit more in that second half and just let Newcastle make their own mistakes. But what I will say, it is a risky game because I don't want to say more often than not, but we are the kind of team that can pull off a shock result. And if we get the momentum in our favour, that first goal comes early, let's say, the entire tie changes. And it seems unlikely right now, and it will probably be very unlikely. And at 90 minutes, I'm probably sitting here going, what another poor performance. But as it goes now, if Newcastle get that early goal, there is all the chance in the world that we can put City under a bit of pressure. I'm not saying we'll get penalties or anything like that, but at least we can make the tie a little bit more interesting than Chelsea and Arsenal managed to last night.
Apparently, some of the news that is coming out that Pope was being dropped because of a Liverpool error. for one of the goals. Because, he got his hand to Ekatike's first goal, didn't he? I'm not really sure. He could have done a lot more about that. And reports also say the strategy will be to replicate the PSG performance. Gordon and Willock will be tasked with running beyond Voltemada. First goal tonight is everything, and it doesn't necessarily have to come in the first half. There you go. So I think, for as we saw it against Liverpool, when you're on top, you've got to take your chances. And, we got the one goal, but it never really felt good enough, did it? Once we started to sit back and the further and further we moved towards our own penalty box, it seemed as if it was only a matter of time. And again, we talk about, performance. Sometimes you just need somebody to pull up his socks and just say, right, we're in goal. I'm going to kick you into touch. I'm just going to get into you. I'm going to ruffle some feathers. And I just think sometimes we just look a little bit too nice. I was so disappointed to see Wirtz, who I was virtually slated, as you guys were with me, all night. He's not worth the money. And then he goes and does a little dance through three players and squared it to Ekatike. But the space that they had, to me, it was just criminal to think that these lads are must do this tactical training every day they're in there when they're doing the defensive network against the under 21s. They must come together and say, right, this is going to be 6 aside now. Get 6 against you, and let's really work as a team, as a unit, to try and block the holes. But sometimes we look totally void of ideas when it comes to defending. Really weird.
Yeah, as soon as there's one mistake made, it's almost as if we don't really know how to get back into shape and fix those errors. In fact, it's not getting back into shape. It's almost going against routine. Let's say from the second goal, which stumps us, it's a quick corner take and players aren't in position. And we see it so many times when players are a little bit uncomfortable and not in that defensive format that they like, that they make a bit more mistakes. And I think we focus so much, and this is we call Eddie Howe rigid. I think it's one of those where he is so set on doing things the right way, get the basics right, and then move on from there. Don't be easy to beat. That as soon as we're in those situations that don't call for the basics, we do struggle a little bit. Something that we're not coming up against every day in training, because let's be honest, there's no pacey forward in training against our back two when we play them now. There's no Alexander Isak there keeping them fresh in training. We're complaining that Voltemada and Wissa, then movement isn't exactly great. That's what our back line are coming up against every single day in training. So I think there's something to be said about that as well.
I'm just mentioned, by the way, I've just been updating the prediction league. PDK floating around at the top there. Need your prediction. Brian Quinn and Jonathan Shaw, if you're tuned in, we need your predictions before kickoff time. Just to remind everyone, the score is whatever the score is at 90 minutes.
90 minutes.
Yeah, in the prediction league.
Yeah, I think that's another thing, isn't it? We certainly didn't want playoff games in the Champions League, and I suppose we certainly don't want extra time in this one, do we? That certainly goes against the grain. But if that's what it takes to get that win in the 121st minute, then I'll go take it.
Thank you very much, Darren Mills. 100% behind the team, whatever happens tonight. Behind them through thick and thin. P.S. Gary wasn't
saying you were melodramatic the other night. I mean, some of the people in the chat. Great show, guys. Thank you very much, Darren.
Like I said, sometimes we do talk what we see, and like I said, sometimes it does sound a little bit strange at times, but we have to give the information across. Like I said, we are just acting upon the information that we see. So again, thanks, Daz, for correcting. Like I said, and to be fair, mate, You can call me melodramatic all night long if you want to give us 20 quid. I am more up for that type of stuff. You're an absolute star, Daz.
I'll be hyperbolic, melodramatic. I'll take my pants down and do it so myself.
There you go.
Not for 20 quid.
I'm going to say, yeah.
Get them chats in.
Yeah, indeed. I did see, and again, please tell me if I'm wrong. I did see somebody say that Wissa was injured in the chat. Have you guys heard anything? Because I've heard absolutely nothing.
No, nothing about Wissa.
No, he's on the bench as far as I'm aware.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, how many times have we seen players on the bench? I mean, Bruno was on the bench, wasn't he? And bless him, he hasn't been seen since. So why the hell was he on the bench against Liverpool if he was that badly injured? Doesn't make any sense.
I think with PSG, I think because he travelled, it's one of those where they've just got him on the bench anyways because there's no one else they could replace him with. He's probably because they were saying he did 45 minutes of training or something like that. That was all he had.
Well, I heard 15.
Not a lot either way, is it?
No, I'm going to say, yeah. What's 30 minutes amongst friends?
Exactly. But I think it's I don't think even with 4 hours training, I don't think he would have featured. It is weird that he was on the bench and then not anywhere else. But I think it was just because he had to do the travel. Well, he'd already done the travel with Paris and stuff like that.
But J7 had done the travel, and that's why he went off to Barcelona to get an injection in his groin. You know what I mean? So you can still travel with the team and not be part of the actual setup. You can just sit on the subs bench. Of course you can. But you can just wear the jacket. You know what I mean? It's like I just find it all a little bit crazy at the best of times. And again, we talk about this Miley injury to the knee could be worse than it actually is. Do you think that makes us? Well, was that one of the reasons why Willock wasn't sold for 20?
Could well be, yeah. I hadn't thought of that. That's pretty bad when you think of it that way. If Lewis Miley's out for a couple of months, you literally have 3 central midfielders. I didn't actually see anything say from a reputable source, I want to say, that 20 million was actually bid from Fulham. I'd seen it from a few places, but it's some places where I'd seen Sheshko was a done deal, Ekatike was a done deal, etc. I do think if 20 million was offered, we would have been very, very tempted no matter what the injury situation is. And of course, Eddie Howe isn't going to come out and say, well, I really wanted rid of Joe Willock, but I got my head turned at the last minute. Of course he's not. Of course. So I think, but I do agree, if Miley is injured, all of a sudden you look at that 20 million and go, is it worth it for the next 6 months? I'd still think so. I think many fans would, but obviously Eddie Howe's with them every day in training. So
what you've got to ask yourself is, what do you get for 20 million in replacement? That is going to be, hitting the ground running. I mean, you're not going to get a Premier proven player, and we've seen how poor them can turn out anyway. Yeah, exactly. So you'd have to go into the market now. The young lad, and again, there was obviously all the talk about the young lad that's gone to Paris FC. He seemed to be the one. Patrick Zarbi was the be all and end all that seemed to be Eddie Howe's. I say Eddie Howe. I think it was more Ross Wilson that liked this lad, and I think he'd more or less spoken that well of him that Eddie Howe was very interested to see how this lad. And again, you look at where he can play. Defensive midfielder. I think he was 6'3", somewhere in that region. Very much a Toure type of, Yaya Toure type of player. Very lanky type of. Oh, yeah, really strides. I always remember watching him, and it was like he was taking 3 strides to everybody else's 20. He just never seemed out of breath, did he? But he was that type of player. And like I said, when we inquired about him, looks like he decided he wanted to stay in Paris. Now, for me, that's a strange career move. If you think of Champions League football and what can be offered to you in the Premier League. And was it the fact that he wasn't sold the project very well? Or Was it the fact that he realised there's not many youngsters coming through the ranks?
Or was it that by virtue of the fact that no other clubs were interested in him?
No, there was Malik Chow. Didn't mean you were a bad player.
Well, to be fair, with Chow, Como had agreed to deal with him for 20 million like 3 weeks before.
3 weeks before, yeah.
Yeah. But as it stood when we bought him, no one was interested.
At 35.
Yeah.
Connor wants to know what our thoughts are with the midfield covered on the bench. It's not ecstatic, if I'm honest, and that is let's have a look.
Primarily because, of course, Maley and Bruno are injured.
Yeah, exactly. So we have on the bench,
at.
Depending on how you look at it, because you've got Harvey Barnes, obviously, who's not at all. Alex Murphy, who's not at all. Jacob Murphy and Elanga. Again, you've got 3 players that play out wide and no Steele in the midfield. And that's why I potentially see, again, when you look at the way Eddie Howe has done this without taking that gamble, we talk about playing all of your centre defenders. We've got now central defence, if anything happens to any of them, apart from throwing in, a young and with little experience. You've got exactly the same situation going on now with your midfield. Any of these boys get injured now, and you are at the mercy. I mean, I know you can do a reverse diamond. So instead of dropping the 6, you can throw a 10 with a Voltamada. So you can bring one of them off. And the best person for me who would probably, if they do go a 3-4-2-1, would be the likes of Harvey Barnes. Jacob Murphy, as daft it looks, seems to be playing more inside right position than he does outside right. It just seems to be a place where, especially with Trippier, he seems to like coming on the inside with Trippier on the outside, Jacob Murphy. So again, you have got the options there. Could Elanga come into that role? I'm not sure. But we are certainly, I think, we're very, very light in that midfield. So if this midfield that starts today doesn't work, your options are very limited in my eyes. So what's your thoughts, boys?
Yeah, I think it's... If we do want to see Voltamada a little bit deeper, today is probably the best chance we have of doing it, because we have 2 of the most injury-prone players in the last 3 years in Jacob Ramsey and Joe Willock in our central midfield. I personally want to see him a little bit deeper. First touch has been a little bit concerning over the last few games, but overall he's a very tidy player. Sometimes spends a bit too long on the ball. I'd love to see him have a bit more time in midfield, in a bit more of a pressure situation in midfield. Pressure makes diamonds. So I do think he will come good if he's played a little bit deeper. But at the same time, I think it's just the fact we need players around him. And even with Isak, we weren't great at getting players around him. So it's more, we're looking to drop him deeper potentially, because we can't play to his strengths in the final third. So it's bring his strengths back a little bit, if that makes sense.
Yeah, what's your thoughts, Win? Can't hear you, buddy. I can't hear you. Are you've muted yourself?
I did. I coughed.
There you go.
It's where we are. With Bruno and Maley injured, there is no one else on the bench. There's no one not on the bench that could have been on the bench in midfield. So yeah, what we can do is we could potentially put Murphy at left back, or Murphy centre back, and put Byrne at left back, or Murphy at left back, and move Hall up into midfield. That's one option. But we've just got to keep our fingers crossed that we don't get any injuries.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one, because, like I say, they took 8 young'uns with them. I'm trying to find Leo Shahar, Aidan Harris. Yeah, hold on.
Murphy and Asula, who are Shahar, sorry.
So Mason Miley, obviously the younger brother of Lewis, he's travelled with them. Leo Shahar, Aidan Harris, Miodrag Pivos, who I'd like to see give it a little bit more of an opportunity. He comes with a little bit of a background, and again, not really been playing very well, but neither has anybody else in the under-21s. Scott Bailey, Mason Moyler, like I said, Baran Yildiz, another lad I really want to see a little bit more of. I think he could be a nice little find for us. Park Sung-soo, who again, for all of us that watched him in pre-season, he certainly came with a couple of high notes, and Dylan Charlton, obviously there's a defender. So again, even in there, not a lot of cover, but the one that surprised me, unless he's picked up a little bit of a knock, is Alabi, because the one young lad that I've seen on a regular basis at 21s is young Alabi, who seems to be that controlled measure. For a young lad, he seems very sure of himself. I mean, this is a big ask. I'm not saying it ain't, but if you want like for like cover, then you've got somebody on the bench that could come into that and sit in that hole. And again, like the Miley opportunity when we had all those injuries, sometimes that's where you get yourself in the shop window, isn't it? You get seen. So yeah, I'm surprised that Alabi hasn't made it, because I like him. I think he's an exceptional young talent that can go even farther than we've actually. For us, it may not be for Newcastle, but I think he could go far.
Yeah, one I've heard very, very good things about, and the chat might have noticed my face brightened up when he said his name, was Mason Miley. Made his debut, made his first start for Newcastle in the Derby under-21s less than a month ago, and he's already travelling with the first team. Now, don't get me wrong, he's probably not going to have any minutes in the next 2 seasons or something like that. He might feature in pre-season. But the words I've heard on Mason Miley is that he is every bit as good as the brothers beforehand, if not a little bit better technically.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. The talk on the town is he's actually got a bit of skill, a bit of talent about him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which doesn't, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it, when you think of the amount of brothers that are all obviously invested across the Northeast. I'm sure they should bring them all back. Get them all in black and white, because they're obviously doing whatever they're eating. They're obviously eating well. Yeah. I agree with what Connor's just put there. I think it's a very poor showing for the midfield. If we do get an injury, it just means that we're going to have to change the formation. But thanks ever so much for your £2 super chat, Connor. Very kind of you. And like I say, Connor does a hell of a lot of work for us in the background. He's thrown that Richard Keys and Andy Gray are expected to leave the Qatar-based BN Sports at the end of the season. Listen, it comes to something. They have to go somewhere to get a job. I'm surprised they got a job, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some great comments, obviously, this afternoon on TalkSport with David Hopkinson. His comments still stating that the club tried really hard to invest in new players during the January window, and there was a lot of talk and a lot of scratched heads and, should we, shouldn't we type of decisions. And as we heard from Martin yesterday, it seems as though the PIF are trying to tie ends with a lot of the clubs. Whether that means they're going to focus more single-handedly on the World Cup coming, obviously, over in Qatar and Newcastle. I mean, there's obviously lots of speculation about them trying to find another club to be a sister club, if you like. So again, does that help the situation? And according to what Martin's heard, and again, I don't know where he's heard that from, because I certainly hadn't heard it. We should hear something by the end of 26. So it'll be an interesting look into where that goes. But I was very enthused by David Hopkinson, by his comments. The fact that he still presumes, and we all know what assumptions give us. By 2030,
again, if you assume, you make an ass out of you and me.
That's the one. He does, he speaks very well. He speaks with one of those voices that you actually just end up nodding when you're listening to him. He's got one of those tones that's very likable. So I was very, I was, like I say, just doing some work in the background while I was listening to him. And I must admit, I did like what he said. The problem is, we all know how easy it is to talk. The business is the fact, and he did give Eddie that dreaded
vote of confidence.
It's like Jaws. All you need, you just need the Jaws music coming in the background, don't you? Don't go swimming alone. That's the one. Always take Tyndall with you. Anyway, right then.
Could that be part of the problem? Does anyone think?
What? That Tyndall's the problem?
Tyndall could be part of the problem. Not specifically Tyndall, but just stale non-replenishment of number 2, which we all saw. We've seen Pep do it. We've seen Fergie do it.
I mean, I like the fact that when you look at it, right, I can't understand. You've got Tyndall, who was never a defender, who was our defence or part of the defence coach. You've got Eddie Howe, who was a defender, on everything else coach. So there's probably something missing, if I'm honest with you. And it is what it is. But like I say, I've said from day one, the biggest problem you have when you bring the same scouting team with you, coaches and everything else, you become too much of a mate, and the business sometimes takes a back seat. Now, listen, we know these boys, when they go, if they get sacked with a lot of money in their pocket. It's not as if it's not like us lot. If you get sacked, you just shout the door by security and wave goodbye. These guys do get a bit of a packet, but it does go against them. And like I say, how many times did we question whether Eddie Howe was the right man because of issues in the past with relegation? Is he the right man? Well, he's done a great job up to now. And like I said, if he's reached the ceiling that he can, then maybe that's one of the reasons why they haven't splashed the cash on January. Because if they do have to change in the summer, then they have to reshape the team to a new manager. So maybe there's a balance between the two. And maybe that's where Hopkinson was saying, it's a case of there was lots of conversations about certain players potentially coming our way, but was they going to change the team as it stands? And I suppose the answer was no. I mean, like I say, I can only speak for myself because I can see Steve in the chat there saying, are you for real with saying that I liked his comments? Well, I'm talking as an individual, and yes, I did like his comments. So that's not a crime to like somebody's comments, is it?
No, I did think he was very well PR trained.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course he was. He's not going to say anything bad, is he?
Yeah, exactly. I think just on the Tyndall point, I mean, there's a lot of managers who bring the same number 2 everywhere they go. Think of Ancelotti. I think it's his brother Davide with them most of the time. That's changed recently, but he's had him there everywhere he's gone. I think it's okay to have the same person next to you over and over if they know how to get the best out of you and how to tackle you on certain situations. Now, we've got no idea what goes on behind closed doors with Eddie Howe and Jason Tyndall, but it feels like, from what we see on the pitch, Howe isn't challenged or tackled enough by the backroom staff to say, look, this isn't working, let's make a change. And I think that's maybe where the rest of the coaches come into play as well, not just, I mentioned the Ancelottis, but Tyndall and Howe is the example we're using right now. I think we've got many of the same backroom.
That's my point, really, that how many games have we watched and seen what's going wrong and who needs to come off, what changes need to be made? I mean, we're all super managers, of course we are. But how many times? And surely one of those coaches has got to be looking and saying, Eddie, man, how are you? What are you doing?
Yeah.
And if they're not, that's a worry. If they're sort of frightened to, then that is a massive worry. Oh,
Yeah.
Chris celebrates 16 months of membership. Well, hey!
And the rest win.
Yeah. This is just a public reminder for Win. This is that we're also on DAB radio in case.
Yeah. Well, I was listening to the pre-show on DAB digital radio.
Yeah, I want to go back to what you just said.
Potential sponsors out there, by the way, get in touch because we are looking for advertisers on the radio station. Join with us at the start of the project. You'll be on board forever, and you'll get some very favourable advertising rates. So if anybody listening knows anyone who's got a business that could potentially benefit from local radio for Newcastle United supporters, tell them all to get in touch. NUFC Talk TV.
Yeah. Just on your point there, Michael, and you talk about Ancelotti bringing his brother with him. I think the difference being Ancelotti's a manager, not a coach. So Ancelotti did a lot of the management, player ego type of situations, making sure that everybody's singing on the same hymn sheet, where he then relied on his brother to go and force the style of play on the field and the training field. So what you've got with Eddie Howe being a coach as well with Tyndall is, like I say, you've got really who manages the squad. And I think that is, for me, that we talk about Real Madrid and them getting rid of Ancelotti. Well, not getting rid. I mean, Ancelotti just wanted to move on to Brazil. But what Real Madrid needed post that was another manager to come in, not a coach. And I think that's where Alonso has failed. Not failed himself, but I think when you've got that many egos, you saw what happened when they lost to Barcelona. Absolutely. I mean, they were leading him away from the handshakes. And I think sometimes if you've got players that strong, you certainly need a manager to obviously nail them down a little bit. Just had some news before we go any further. Sorry, Michael. Howe said on Sky, we have picked a team and system for the players we have available. We are a little light in midfield and defence, so the game will be very difficult. There you go. That's exactly. So maybe that, again, I don't know who it was in the chat, and again, I do apologise for not catching it as it went through. Maybe yes, Wissa has picked up a slight strain on something. Who knows?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because you look at that forward line. Well, let's say forward line. If it is Willock, Gordon, and Voltemada, and you do worry even against Manchester City's very, I don't want to say weakened defence, but that's what it is when you consider how good they're starting for are. It's going to be one of those where I think we need to get a really early goal, because if you let City sort of build into the game, they're just going to pull us apart. It's like pulling hairs out the top of your head. They'll do it eventually. They'll take it slow, but, they're going to do it.
I think City's game will be total possession. They'll just want to keep the 2-0 up. All they want to do is keep the ball and probably preserve energy as much as they can.
Yeah, because they've got a big game at the weekend.
So, exactly. Well, they've rested quite a few.
It just doesn't look like it, does it? When you look at the team.
Well, Haaland, Cherky, Donnarumma, Rodri.
So how many of the starting 11 would get into Newcastle's team now?
The starting 11. I think the easier question is how many wouldn't.
So, like I said, he could rest as many as he likes, really, because, like I say, he's still got 2 11s virtually to pick from, hasn't he?
Yeah.
It's a crazy one. We are on the 10-minute countdown, so we will be looking into the squads very soon, literally straight after this very short break.
You are listening to NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army. Live daily on the website, on YouTube, on DAB, and on every online radio directory. NUFC Talk, the voice of the Toon Army.
There are currently 450 watching on all platforms, and we've only got 91 likes. Let's get us to 150 at least, please. If you haven't already, smash that like button. Do us a favour. Cost you nothing.
Do us a favour.
Does us a lot of good.
Indeed. It is surprising, like I say, that we haven't got that many likes. Let's have a look at the Newcastle side then, and we'll pick the bones out of that. Like I said, so we'll go over the team again. Ramsdale, Trippier, Hall, Botman, Tonali, Gordon, Chow, Voltamada, Willock, Byrne, and Ramsey. Again, everybody seems to think that we go into this 5-4-1 situation. May start that way. If you're still chasing the game after 80 minutes, I hope it doesn't stay that way. On the bench, we've got Pope, Wissa, Barnes, Asula, Ilanga, Jacob Murphy, Alex Murphy, Shahar, and Neve. Anything?
BBC are predicting a 3-4-3 lineup.
Yeah.
With Chow, Botman, Byrne at the back, Trips, Ramsey, Tonali, and Hall as the midfield four, and Willock, Voltamada, and Gordon up front.
Yeah, which is virtually what, like I said, I think it could change.
The only difference is that you kind of...
They've gone wide, haven't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, and like I say, I think that's great, and I think you'll see elements of that throughout the game with Gordon will drop in and out of that narrow to wide position, which he likes to do anyway. We know he has a decent relationship up with Hall. The one thing I hope I see today is if Hall gets the opportunity, or Willock on that right-hand side, and they have the delivery into the box because they're both natural left and right footers, that we have bodies to aim for in the box, because there's no point in putting the ball, as we've seen in the past, into the good areas if no bugger's going to get on the end of it.
And the other thing I want them both to do, I want everybody to do, is shoot on sight. If you're anywhere near the edge of the box and you've got an opportunity, pull the trigger, because we've already seen instances this season with Trafford where he's been spilling balls. So, let's give him every opportunity to do it again.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll have a quick gander at the Manchester City. There's some really funky music with this as well. I don't know why Newcastle can't start doing something like this. It's very cool.
Have you seen our graphics?
Yeah, I have. It's very low ebb, even though I think we've spent an awful lot of money behind the scenes to make it better. Yeah, here we go. So Trafford, Nunes, Kusanov, Ake, Ait Nouri, Nico, Reinders, O'Reilly, Semenyo, Foden, and Marmouche. On the bench, they've got Donnarumma, Diaz, Haaland, Cherky, Rodri, Naipan, Makadu, Elaine, and Lewis. So again, not a bad pick, if you like,
BBC
from the bench.
Again, BBC are saying they'll go 1-4-1-4, which is Trafford, Nunes, Kusanov, Ake, and O'Reilly is the back four. Gonzalez, Libero in midfield there. In front of him, Semenyo, Foden, Reinders, and Ait Nouri with Marmouche up top.
Yeah, that's also very much an option that they do like to use. Manchester City at home, the 4-1-4. They certainly put it on you at the top end of the pitch. So, like I said, maybe that's one of the reasons Eddie Howe has decided to go 5 at the back and just see how it pans out as the game pans. So, it's certainly going to be an interesting one. I still think there's an opportunity to utilise pace in and behind them. It's whether they want to, to really push them to the test. So, slow start or fast start from Newcastle, gentlemen? What do you think?
Fast, I hope.
Yeah,
and that, to be fair, that has been our tendency for every game. We always the first 10 minutes certainly were always spot on.
Yeah, I remember against City, I think it was the 2-1 win earlier in the season. 30 seconds in, they were trying to play it from the back. We caught them on the press. We took it off the deep line midfielder who's there to play it. It got past, well, the ball fell to one of our strikers. I think it was Ramsey, actually, and he hit it straight at the goalkeeper. So it must have been that 2-1. Hit them early, stop them getting their foot on the ball, and you can do something, even against Manchester City.
Yeah, I agree with that one. And just for clarity, just so we can put everything to bed, some news on Wissa. Chronicle are saying Wissa isn't injured, but that's 3 games in a row now that Wissa hasn't started. Eddie Howe opts for Nick Voltemade again in this formation, probably wanting the German to act as a link player with the pace of Anthony Gordon and Willock around him. So again, that goes more to the fact that we could play this 3-4-2-1 or 3-4-3, whichever way you want to work it. A penny for Wissa's thoughts, though. He'll certainly be itching to start on Saturday against his old club, Brentford.
Yeah, I think, sorry, just to put in that, I think it's one of those where Eddie Howe loves players that work hard. The one thing you can't say about Yohan Wissa, and he might be working hard to his fitness level, but he certainly isn't in the eyes of any Newcastle United fan, because we demand a team that tries. He's the one that looks like he isn't trying that hard at all, and you can sometimes say that for Voltemade as well. But it is a bit harder when you've got that frame, I will say. So yeah, I think that might be one of the reasons for it. You look at Wissa and he just doesn't seem to be busting a gut as much as what you'd maybe want. And I think just maybe it's down to fitness and the injury sustained earlier, because let's be honest, it's not like he doesn't care.
No, exactly. And
Teams are in the tunnel and Trips as captain, just in case there was any ambiguity.
I was going to say, Trips with his new scar looks a little bit like, a dodgy geezer. You know what I mean? You want to buy anything out of me coat, lads? It looks certainly good with that canny scar on his forehead. I mean, isn't it funny though? I mean, not so long back, 12 months ago, guys, before we start the game, I was watching the game out of the corner of my eye, which didn't look very fascinating. The Arsenal-Chelsea game. But isn't it funny how all the Arsenal fans celebrated a semi-final in a really poor cup? That's what they was telling us that we won last year. Yeah. But they didn't half celebrate by getting to the final. It's funny how time flies and certain things come back to haunt what you say. Anyway, watch this space. This also could come back to haunt those that thought it was over. Let's see what happens. Lads are just all over. It is now.
Let's see where the first ball goes.
Yeah, I'll see you in 90 minutes. Anyway, let's crack on. Like I said, lads are very nicely dressed coming out of the tunnel.
Make sure no mascots got left behind this time.
Oh yes, there's certainly been something happening at Newcastle regarding that. And like I said, there shouldn't be any blame fixed to anybody regarding what happened to that young girl. No. It's like I said, it's not Trips's fault. It's not, there's just to me, it just seems as though there was very much a loss in communication somewhere on who should be taking charge of that young girl during.
Well, I think you can rest assured that Trips will be doing his damnedest to take care of our young girl there.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like I say, it'll be interesting to see what happens. So watch this space. They certainly do. They've certainly done themselves proud. Manchester City. Like I say, this at one point was called the City Cup because Pep had won it so many times.
And name on it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's certainly, like I say, for those that often, say that it's a poor cup to win, somebody like Pep Guardiola's put in a team, to go out and win this thing. It's obviously something, isn't it? Is that just a CV thing, do you think? Or do you think it really means something?
No, I think it definitely means something. Let's be honest. Every trophy you can add to the cabinet only enforces your legacy. People are still talking whether Pep's better than Mourinho, Alex Ferguson. I think with Mourinho, he's well ahead. I think Alex Ferguson, I can still understand why that debate's there. Every trophy that Pep wins, and I'm not saying, he's got another Carabao Cup than Ferguson had. He's definitely better. No, none of that.
Bottom line is the one flagship figure is major trophies won.
Exactly.
And then you split them up.
Yeah. Crazy. We are just looking at the City team just before we start.
On telly, they're showing us a 3-5-2 one or 3-5-2.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. We like I said, if you look at Ramsey, this 3-5-2 with Gordon and Willock is similar to what I thought it could potentially be. I would have liked to have seen Willock more of a forward run, but I like the fact that they'd moved Ramsey and Willock slightly ahead of Tonali, who we know is going to drop into the hole. But like I say, I think this is going to be a fluid system, whichever it starts as. I think it'll be very much keeping it tight at the back, so it'll drop into a 5, whether that be at the back or in the middle. We know the way Eddie Howe works, so I don't think much will change.
No, not at all. Just waiting for kickoff now. But
yeah, just
a little nervous.
Well, like I said,
again, they're just putting a stat up there that Anthony Gordon, 10 goals and 2 assists in 32 games, and that's that's not bad actually. It's not brilliant, but it's certainly not the dog.
No, there's a lug.
It is.
Yeah, we're off, and like I say, Newcastle have moved the ball into the Manchester half. They're kicking right to left as we look at Etihad on the field. Like I say, apologies because the actual camera is well away from the pitch, and already it looks like Foden's picked a little bit of knock on his shin there.
Let them know you're there.
Just another. Ake now with the ball again, just on the edge of his box, drops it back to Trafford, who took a bit of a heavy touch there, manages to get it out of his feet. And again, Manchester City straight through the middle. And again, we've got Mamouche on that left-hand side, faced off by Chow, gets onto his right foot, tries a shot, but that's easily blocked by Trippier. But again, it's easily picked up. Ryan just picking the ball up on that far left-hand side now. And again, just waiting for options. O'Reilly just getting involved down there with Ait Nouri. And again, just Manchester City just taking their time. Gonzalez now. Kusanov. Foden drives the ball to the right-hand side. And again, Nunes driving forward into Semenyo, who's come over to the right-hand side for this game. Semenyo, so not playing on that left-hand side, which he's been very good at. But again, Louis Hall just a little bit too tight. And it's a free kick to Manchester City just inside the Newcastle half. And Gonzalez just drops the ball back. And O'Reilly picks the ball up now. And again, just Ake just picking the ball up and goes square to Kusanov on the halfway line. And Foden now. Ball goes out from that centre circle, out to Ait Nouri on that left-hand side. Drops back into O'Reilly, who again, first thought is to get it into Marmouche's feet, but it's picked up again by Newcastle. And that's good play there from Anthony Gordon. But again, a little bit too tight for Voltemada to control. And he did give the ball away. But again, it's Newcastle that do come away from that midfield tussle. Yeah. But it's, again, a tackle at the last minute that gives the ball back to Manchester City. Semenyo now drives the ball out to the centre circle with Ake now. Again, bit of grass to run into. Little bit of a scrappy start in the first couple of minutes. It's like I say, it's hustle and tussle in that middle of the park to get the ball back. And again, Newcastle just dropping into more of a defensive line in these first few minutes, lads.
Yeah, one of those we look to press them a little bit in the right areas. I do think we'll pick and choose when we press. but we're very compact in that midfield.
Yeah, it literally is just get a toe on the ball at the minute to try and get hold of it in that midfield. Marmouche does well there just to get it out.
Gordon's gone right of Voldemort now.
Yeah, again, just Man City just keeping hold of the ball and not really doing a lot, playing a lot of football in and around the 30-yard mark of Newcastle's penalty area. And Gonzalez again picking the ball up, and he decides to come out to the right-hand side towards Nunes. And again, it's Lewis Hall who does really well.
Go on.
And the referee has blown there for a free kick to Newcastle, even though there looked like there was an opportunity.
Where was the advantage there?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether the referee thought that ball was a little bit too far in front of Anthony Gordon.
Was a cracking ball.
It looked good, but it mustn't have been that good if the referee was blowing.
Yeah, it's a poor ball forward from Chow. It's easily intercepted by Foden. And again, it's just ball just picked up back to Man City. And Nate Uri now down that left-hand side, faced off by Trippier. Again, just go backwards to halfway line with Ake and Kusanov. Again, trying to force the ball into Semenyo, but little slip there from Lewis Hall, but he manages to get his feet again. But again, there's lots of blue shirts around a single black and white player there. And to be fair, that's something I've noticed with Newcastle. Are we not showing enough to pass the ball when they are hounded by three players like that? There's got to be players spare, surely.
You'd think so, yeah, but I don't know if it's the actual vision of the players not to find them or if it's the movement of the players off the ball. But it's not quite worked, has it?
Hasn't worked at all.
No, nothing has worked very well there. And the ball, again, out onto that left-hand side without Nuri. 5 minutes gone, still 0-0 at Etihad. Ro Riley goes back to Ake and again all the way back to Trafford, and his touch was a little bit better this time. Doesn't really give Anthony Gordon a chance to get a sniff at that one. Long ball again from Trafford, but Dan Burn gets a good head onto it. Again, just headed back from Manchester City, and Dan Burn is able to pick that ball up. Malik Chow to Botman now. Botman on the half turn, passes it out to Hall. Hall goes back to Botman. Again, half a press from Manchester City. It's a crossfield ball to Trippier. Trippier drops it back to Dan Burn, who uses the outside of his boot to try and find Anthony Gordon. But again, a little bit too tight from Manchester City, and it's given straight back to a blue shirt. Ake goes forward now, and Nuri on that left-hand side. Again, just keeping hold of the ball, Manchester City. Just waiting for Newcastle to come away from that defensive line. The black and white wall.
Yeah, you wouldn't think we're 2-0 down in the tie, would you?
No, you think we were 2-0 up, wouldn't you? If I'm honest. O'Reilly, again, just passes the ball out to Ake. Ake goes into Marmouche, drives it back, and there's a lovely little ball over the top for Marmouche. He's cleared on the goal here, and there's a deflection off Dan Burn, and it's in from Marmouche. That was so crazily lucky, but it was well. I mean, listen, the development of the way the ball was played into the box there was absolutely superb from Manchester City. We're on a low block on the edge of the box, and they managed to give a give and go over the top. The ball gets deflected off Dan Burns' tackle, back off Marmouche, and it loops over Ramsdale and into the box. Isn't it uncanny the way that Ramsdale just doesn't seem to be able to keep a clean sheet?
Yeah, I mean, I can't blame him too much for that. It's a brilliant 1-2 to get around Malik Chow. Dan Burn slides in, hits it against Marmouche, and it just flies over him. But yeah, the streak continues, although I'll be honest, I would have put money on it not continuing at the start of the game.
At the start of this game, absolutely. I just didn't expect it to be like that one. Yeah. Well, there you go. I mean, this is what we were saying, wasn't it? You know, Newcastle sit deep, and you've got every opportunity of leaking a goal. And again, you know, it's very rare that Newcastle get that telling game as we did against PSG, where it looks solid and the game just gets played in front of you. Against teams that can unlock a low block, we look so susceptible to a goal being given away. The ball again in the back line from Botman to Ramsdale now. And again, Tonali comes deep to collect that ball, but it's gone back to Botman. Botman looks up, and again, he's got very little to go forward, so he gives it square to Ramsdale again. This time, Man City, there's no press.
Looking for this,
Ramsey picks that ball up now, and he plays it out to Chow, who goes up to Voltemada. Out now again. Voltemada, there's overlap here. Anthony Gordon. There's an opportunity for Willock in the middle of the box. Willock, he couldn't take it round Trafford, who gets his hands to it. Some lovely play by Newcastle.
Talk about not finishing your dinner.
But again, it's just
2-1.
Yeah, there's two on the left-hand side with Louis Saul and Willock. Willock gets the ball, gets it out of his feet, but just doesn't take it wide enough past Trafford. And just doesn't do a thing. Maybe he should have took it first time. Who knows?
Well, it was an easy enough take around as well, man. Away. You cannot squander opportunities like that.
No,
not at the Etihad. No, I agree with that one.
I think Trafford's huge frame gives him a bit of a hand there, but if you're Willock, you're looking at Trafford coming towards you. He's already going down a little bit, dink it over him. I know it's easier said than done. I wouldn't be able to do it, I'm fully aware, but a better finisher in that position, someone a bit more composed, probably does look to do that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, when I saw Trafford coming out to close the angle, if I'm honest with you, because he couldn't set his feet, I thought that was one coming onto his right foot where he could have potentially just hit it first time on the instep and tried to guide it in to that far left-hand post. That was my thoughts. I think every time you're taking a touch to go round the keeper, that angle gets narrower and narrower, doesn't it? So, like I say, I think that was a missed opportunity. Anyway, again, it's the half to full press from Man City. Even though they're 3-0 up, they still want more by the looks of it. And again, they are pinning Newcastle in their own half at the moment. Louis Hall with his throw-in. Not really seen much of Ramsey at the moment, if I'm honest. Voltemada comes deep, plays a really good ball out to Trippier on the halfway line. A ball over the top to try and get Anthony Gordon in there. He's a little bit too high, and Kusanov just chests it back to Trafford.
I have to say, it was a great run by Gordon in behind there as well, and he was given a National League standard pass in behind. Absolutely dreadful.
Nunes now drops the ball back for Foden. Again, just dancing down this left-hand side, but the ball is again poor from Tonali to Dan Burn, if I'm honest with you. And it doesn't give him much of a chance there. So Man City again driving forward with Reinders just on the edge of the box there. And again, Mamouche on the left-hand side of the box. Nate Nouri now picks the ball up. Reinders opens up and there's a shot that flashes across the Newcastle box. And again, I don't know how close that was from this camera angle, but it certainly got bums off seats, lads.
Yeah, I mean, the few bums that are in the Etihad at the minute, doesn't look like as many. Could that even either Ramsdale makes a good save or it hits the wood?
It hits the post.
It changed there.
There was a bit of it was a good save actually from Ramsdale. I'm going to say it looked like it had hit the post at once. Hall now gives it into Willock. Willock on the half turn gives it back to Hall on the halfway line. Tonali now picks that ball up. There's an opportunity to get the ball over on that right hand side, but again, it's not a great ball. But Trippier does well to win the back. Ramsey back to Chow. Tonali again to Ramsey. And again, it's all tight in that middle of the park. And Newcastle do come away with the ball this time. Ramsey back to Chow. And again,
that was good to see. We've won a couple of second balls there for a change.
For a change, yeah, exactly. Just for me, like I say, Man City just seemed, look at that.
Yeah,
but we've got
lucky.
A little bit lucky there. The ball has squirmed through to Willock down this left-hand side, plays it out to Hall, inside to Gordon. Then first time down to Willock. Willock again looking for options. Voltemada was in front of him, but he decides to go back to Tonali and keep the ball. Tonali now goes square to Chow. Chow down the line to Trippier. Trippier looks up. He sees nobody in front of him, so he plays the ball short into Ramsey. Back to Trippier and Malik Chow deep in the Newcastle half. Again, all the Manchester players have gone back, and this allows Newcastle just to have a touch of the ball deep in their own half. But again, Willock plays a bit of a bouncing ball back towards Botman, who manages to get it under a little bit of control. And there you go. Dan Burn just hoofs it to nobody up front because, like I say, he's under a lot of pressure. All from a poor ball, again, to Botman. Really poor, if I'm honest with you, when they've got the opportunity to get this ball into feet. It just seems a little bit hurried at times and very little outlets.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they obviously do work on this, but our short passing just in between the lines is absolutely dreadful. I don't know if it's, not having that high pressure in training, sort of players pressing you as much as, Man City have, but there's a clear difference in passing quality. And I mean, I know you expect it, but we're passing like we're Burnley.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Trippier there.
Burnley.
Just asking the question. Botman Nelly gives the ball away again there, and it's back to Ramsdale, who gets it out of his feet and again goes long to the halfway line, but again to nobody in particular. And the ball is just easy for Ake to pick that ball up. And now it's just Man City trying to give it a go. But again, Trippier with a ball into the centre circle.
Straight back.
And Foden there gets penalised for a bit of a lunge, if I'm honest with you. But like I say, I think that was a little bit of a gimme towards Newcastle there, if I'm honest with you.
We'll see. The highlight's going to come up and show again. I'm not sure if it'll be one of those VAR looks at. He stretches out, he gets the ball. There's nothing in that, really, is there?
There's nothing at all. I mean, like I say, he gets the ball. It's just his follow through, yeah.
Very similar to Dan Burn the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Pep's asking the question, why is that a foul? He's won the ball. And I must admit, I'll be honest with you, them days have gone now, Win. You know what I mean? You've got to somehow have handbrakes on your backside now to stop you from sliding. Hall now picks the ball up. He's fallen to Ramsey, who I think that is in the tide, if I'm honest with you. That's all I can say.
Yeah, well, we said we wanted to see us shoot from long range.
Yeah.
I did when the ball was, a metre up in the air, and you can't feasibly get level with it or over it. Stupid decisions in midfield, in the forward three. In fact, stupid decisions everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. And again, the ball for Semenyo down the line there from Trafford was, again, easy for people to see. And it just seems as though, again, a little bit lackluster at times to go and, get to that ball before the opposition. It just seems as though they wait to see what happens before they push themselves in. Free kick given to Man City in their own half, and it's Ake now on that left-hand side to Nuri. Inside to Reinders. And again, it's a great touch out of his feet from Nuri, and he's got loads of grass to run into. He's left Trippier behind, and it's a deflection off Chow, and it's out for a corner. But again, he had lots of grass to run into there, boys, and because Trippier was so far up the field, he was never going to recover that one, was he?
No, it's the tortoise and the hare right there, and let's just say the tortoise had no chance of getting back. Nuri, blistering pace getting in behind. Malik Chow does well to come back, but let's be honest, the way we've been recently, you wouldn't have been surprised if that ended up in the back of the net as well.
Yeah, deflection into the top corner. Was I expecting that ball in from the corner, and it's blocked. And there was shouts from the crowd of handball, but that was nowhere near handball. No player goes up. And again, it's still alive with Mamouche on this right-hand side now. Faced up with Botman. The ball comes back
get your
to
foot
Foden.
in.
Foden now gives it out to Reinders, who has got a shot on him. Nico Gonzalez now picks the ball up out to Nate Nuri, fires it into the penalty area. There's a shot towards goal, which is blocked. It's come to Semenyo. Foden again. It's all pinball on the edge of the box of Newcastle. Semenyo again across the box. Oh, crikey, that's fizzed. O'Reilly at the back stick, couldn't get hold of that one, and that's out for a throw into Newcastle.
Yeah, the next goal, it just looks like it's coming to City, doesn't it? It's a matter of time, as it feels like.
That all started with Ramsey not putting his foot in when he was favourite for the ball and he just didn't even attempt it.
Yeah, but again, you've got to look at where Trippier and O'Reilly is at the back stick there again. He's just not able to keep up with that pace of these young lads anymore when they run past him. So something we have to be aware of. Hall drops it back to Botman, who goes down the line to Gordon. Gordon is only be able to pick it and flick it up in the air. And it's O'Reilly picks that ball up. He's lost it this time, and it's Voltemada now. But again, he does well to try and get back. Voltemada tries to get it out to Trippier. He gets it down the line now for Voltemada again to run onto. Voltemada again. There's loads of blue shirts around him. He's not going to come out with that ball. And again, it's given straight back to a blue shirt.
What is Voltemada supposed to do there, by the way? He's on the byline. There's 6 players around him, and there's not a Newcastle player within 20 yards.
Yeah, look at that. A little ball over the top. And again, we 2-on-2 here from Man City. Luckily for us, Ramsey had... Mamouche was that? I don't know what Mamouche was trying there. Oh, he tried a shot from all of 30 yards. Yeah, tried a shot from all of 30 yards there that's deflected for the corner to Man City.
Semenyo completely unmarked.
Yeah, on that left-hand side. Gets it out of his feet, and there's only one thing on his mind, and that's just to have a go at goal. I mean, to be fair, by the time Mamouche had a shot, Semenyo had, he was marked then, to be fair. I mean, I don't know what he was moaning at because it's they've got a corner kick, and who knows what can come from this.
In by Foden.
Foden comes in, it's punched out by Ramsdale. Again, it's the edge of the box, and all Nouri can do is kick it out for a throw into Newcastle, deep in the Newcastle half. So
never was the rescue dog more required.
I think he'll need about 4, mate, if I'm honest. Trippier now with the ball.
Them. I've just been there.
Good lad. Ball deflected again, and it's Semenyo brings this ball down from high, and there's a shot at goal again. Where is the competition for the balls that are in the air? I really do not know why we do not compete for balls. Look at this. Not one player.
Foden was closer to competing with Semenyo than any Newcastle player.
Honestly, I really do not know why we do not compete for balls when they're aerial. It's like I said, everybody's frightened to death of heading the ball. Ramsdale again goes long, and again it's deep into the Manchester City half. It's headed on. Go on, there's Gordon there with a chance. Good save. The body again of Trafford, who saves it. He's certainly putting himself into the shot window here.
Yeah,
good header by Dan Burn. Yeah. Very good play again from Newcastle. 2 headers, one from Dan Burn through to Willock, who again heads it on to the path of Anthony Gordon. But Anthony Gordon again, the keeper comes out and really makes it difficult for Anthony Gordon. Fires it at him. Couldn't get it between his legs though. Corner for Newcastle now. Jostling in the box, and it's headed clear. And it's come out to Ramsey. A little bit of a tight space, who goes back to Trippier. Hall now in the centre circle. Little ball over on the diagonal. Tonali heads it up, but again, there looks like there was a little push there from Tonali, and the referee had said, carry on. It's in the goalkeeper's hands. We are 22 minutes. Man City 1-0 up at Etihad, 3-0 on aggregate. It's a tall order, if I'm honest with you now, lads, even as we go, it doesn't look... As I say that, Willock does pick the pocket there of Kusnov, and Tonali in that tussle in the 10 spot there. But again, it's lots of blue shirts, and Chow and Marmouche getting a bit of a collision there, but a ball comes back in towards Botman, who again, it's a bit narrow to play the ball back to Ramsdale, so he decides to go long. But again, no competition in the air, and the ball falls to Foden, who can't control. Ramsey then sees Trippier on the right-hand side, now got space to run to. Trippier tries to find Anthony Gordon down the line, but he does get a second chance, and he brings the ball back to Trippier. Ramsey, Tonali now picks the ball up on the halfway line, on the half-turn, drops the ball back to Botman. Botman again, being faced by Foden, goes all the way back to Ramsdale. Ramsdale gets it out of his feet, plays it into Burn on this left-hand side, down the line into Voltemada. First touch into Willock. Willock now on the turn again, plays the ball on the halfway line to Hall, who's hugging this touchline again. Nunez not giving him any space to turn there. and it's a free kick to Newcastle.
I will say, I know it hasn't been a positive first 22 minutes, but I do quite like the idea of Anthony Gordon running behind Nick Voltemade. Gordon's making some excellent runs there. Voltemada's a bit more involved than usual. I know that's not saying much, but there are some small positive signs, very small. But
yeah, it's like I said, they've had opportunities, mate. That, you know, at the end of the day, it is about taking the chances. I mean, Man City have had a lucky one, haven't they? And it's gone in, but sometimes you do make your own luck.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had the two best chances of the game, but all that matters is we've still got a big 0 in the goal column.
Anthony Gordon on that right-hand side this time, again, trying to compete against 2 blue shirts. Again, he's frustrated because he's nobody there to help him. Everybody had run away from him. And I'm not sure what they expect because, look, there's not a player within 20 yards of him there.
No.
They've been writing down, Eddie. Do something.
Make a change on 59 minutes, not 60, is what he's writing down there.
Yeah. I think it was more the fact that remind me that I've got to get Pep's signature before he leaves.
Oh, hello. Was this taking his coat off?
Ball has to go back. The referee's not happy from where it was taken. Hake now with the ball. I don't know what's going on there because Anthony Gordon's nowhere near 10 yards. What are you doing, Anthony? It's a free kick, lad. You know the rules.
He's time wasting, trying to have mercy on you.
Yeah, okay, all the way back to Trafford now, deep in his own half, gets it out of his feet again. Newcastle on the half press. They play it short. They've got the tack to go long now down the line to try and get Mamouche, but again, it's picked off by Newcastle. But it's straight back to a blue shirt. I'm sure they've got 14 players on this field.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
It certainly does. Ain't Nori there gets a bit of a pull on the shirt and he's down. And it's going to be a free kick to Manchester City. Just inside the City half. Again, just Newcastle just trying to stay tight and compact. But again, O'Reilly happy to take it to feet and give it to Ait Nuri. And again, just trying little triangles. But the lads go on the tight, and there's no midfield anywhere near them.
The back line and the midfield was criminal.
Semenyo now picks the ball up. And again, he's dancing Louis Hall and Dan Burn. Foden now goes out to Nunes. Again, plays the ball into Semenyo. Foden, it's all two-touch football at the minute. O'Reilly again trying to get there. And again, nobody able to pick that second ball up. Ait Nuri now picks the ball up on that left-hand side. Plays the ball out to Reinders. And again, it just seems like a training match at the minute for Manchester City. Reinders again. Again, there's opportunities, but nobody is that high up the field. And again, Manchester City just orchestrating the game.
Hey, come on now. Backline.
Very little pressure. Nunes now, again, faced off by Hall. He's on the half turn. Goes outside, then inside, then back outside. And Louis Hall's following everywhere, blocking that movement. And again, Louis Hall has done really well. There's a tug on the arm there. There's going to be a yellow card. And that is a yellow card on Nunes. Trying to be too clever there, Nunes, at times.
Well done by Louis Hall there as well.
Lewis Hall
bit of pressure, caused some issues, and I know we're 3-0 down, but still love to see that fight. At least someone's showing it. But the issue we were seeing just there, you mentioned the space in between the lines in midfield. Ramsey was sitting as a third centre-back already.
Yeah.
And they'd only just got the ball. Tonali's there, the only one in basically between the front line and the back line, just sitting there going, hello, is anyone else here? It's insane.
Yeah. But again, if you look at what again, movement of players, and that is just what that does.
And
what Ramsey had done there.
This annoys the hell out of me. Look, we've got a free kick and there's 4 players in. What we're going to do? They should all be wherever they are, wherever the set piece goes. We get a free kick there. This is what we do. And they're having a mothers' meeting saying who's going to do what. It's nonsense, man.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
We're more likely to concede from this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, committing too many bodies forward is the problem. Just going back on what you were saying before about Ramsey. Ramsey had gone backwards because he was following movement of the players from midfield that had just gone into the 10 slot. But again, sometimes you just have to rely. Trippier with a shot. But again, it's too easy for Trafford down to his right-hand side, to be fair. Not enough pace on the ball. Yeah,
it's on target at least.
You got it up and down.
Exactly. And again, down that left-hand side, Manchester City with Reinders just running into the box. Semenyo on the left-hand side drives it across the box, and again the ball's in the air. And now Mamouche again at the back stick. It's 2-0. You were absolutely right, Michael. Having a free kick the other end just means that we're going to concede at our goal. And we look all over the shop. I don't care what anybody says. It is just criminal defending, lads.
Yes.
It really is a joke.
Yeah, we can't defend to save our lives, really, unfortunately. Yeah, so much space there on that left-hand side. City weren't even blistering on that counter-attack, really. You're looking, everyone is actually in position, prepared for the press. And 2 passes, and City are 3v3. Yeah, 3v3.
You've got Trippier on Mamouche at the back stick here. Look, let's have a look at what happens. The ball goes up in the air, and obviously Trippier's on the floor because he's the one who's kicked it up in the air, trying to get the block on. So you can't really blame Trippier there.
I'm not blaming Trippier for that.
That just allows... but again, we talk about positional. You know, Trippier's on the left-hand side, because obviously he's been the one who's just taken the free kick. So from that free kick, all he's done is run back in a parallel line, if you like. It is crazy to watch the way
5-4. We're gonna win 5-4.
We're gonna concede 5 more.
Yeah, more like it. 2-0 down at the Etihad, 4-0 on aggregate now. 30 minutes gone. It looks like Mamouche is absolutely loving this. Unfortunately, Eddie Howe has just got another freckle and another frown line because he's not happy. And I must admit...
What's the record defeat for a semi-final? Because we might see it.
Yeah, well, on aggregate?
Yeah.
Well, 4-0 would beat Arsenal.
A ball through for Ramsey again, who's been pretty obsolete in his first half, if I'm honest with you. Trafford did find himself a little bit of trouble there, but he manages to get it clear. But
come away with that ball?
Well, it's because nobody puts a foot in. That's what I said.
Ridiculous, man.
Just far too easy. It is far too easy. Trafford again drives the ball out to Ake on that left-hand side of the penalty box, gets it out of his feet. Willett goes to close the space down. He's out to Ait-Nouri now. And again, O'Reilly down the line to Mamouche, who's coming deep on that left-hand side to give them an out all of the time. And I don't know what it is about movement from that front line. And there you go. Onside. I mean, that's how his right knee gets him out of jail there, Trippier.
Yeah. Just got a super chat in there. If we can get on. Geordie Dan. How out.
Thanks, Geordie. Tonali there with a ball trying to get it into the box, but again, it's only deflected and it falls directly to a blue shirt. And again, we've got 3-on-2 here. The ball comes out to Semenyo on the right-hand side, cuts inside, comes in, and it's another goal. And it's Reinders.
Easy.
It is just so easy. What are they doing in the middle of the park? Every time the ball comes loose from a deflection or a pass that's wayward, Man City are just cutting straight through the middle of Newcastle. And I'm not saying a hot knife through butter because it's easier than that. There's nothing on any Manchester player. 3-on-2 there breaking through. Any of them could have scored. Lads, I'm sorry, but this is some of the worst midfield football I have ever seen.
No, I completely agree. It's getting embarrassing if it's not there already. You're looking at it, there's no movement, there's no plan. How are we've spoke about Champions League football and how naive teams are to leave a 2v2.
Leaving them behind.
I mean, Botman was so far up the field of play. I mean, like I say, he's just got back into the box there. So the ball just comes through two of them, look. Botman's right up there. Ramsey's doing his best to get back, but he's nowhere near. The ball comes out to Semenyo. Reinders carries on his run. Again, it's a lucky deflection from a tackle from Dan Burn off Semenyo.
Put in at least.
Yeah, and it falls directly to Reinders, who's got all of the time in the world just to slot it home. What was you saying about this could be a record?
If someone find me the record and I'll put a bet on it. Because it's happening. Looking at this midfield, unless Eddie Howe makes his changes 30 minutes early, which probably ain't happening, I'll be honest, this is going to be even more of a rout than we see right now. 5-0 aggregate, could be 10.
We're going to win 6-5. Yeah, that's the one. Ball now with... I mean, it's just far too easy for Manchester City. Like I said, they were relaxed at the start of the game. You could see no pressure on the football. It was just, passing it square, passing it back. But again, every opportunity, they drill that ball forward. Semenyo again on the edge of the box of the corner of the penalty area. Again, faced off by two or three black and white shirts. And it's Willock who comes away with the ball that time. But again, under a bit of pressure, he plays the ball out to Anthony Gordon. Gordon inside to Hall. Hall now trying to get the ball back to Gordon. It's fallen to Tonali, who's moved forward this time. There's a pullback on the shirt of Voldemar. The referee has allowed the play to continue. Anthony Gordon down this left-hand side gives it back to Willock. And again, Man City are all back in shape. Tonali again gives it simple to Willock on the turn. Again, Willock gives it into Anthony Gordon. Tonali picks the ball up out to Hall, inside to Gordon. Gordon challenged there by O'Reilly, and it's a free kick to Newcastle. 3-0 down, 5-0 on aggregate in the 35th minute. Is there a chance of getting something back before half-time? Well, only time will see.
There's a chance of not conceding a fourth. That's as positive as I'm going to get. But I think going into this game, there wasn't really a way that Howe could win this one. Even if we won, it was going to be by one goal. However, he could have certainly lost it by getting humiliated. And that's exactly what we've done. And we're 35 minutes in, and we can say that. So this is nightmare scenario of the worst proportion.
The biggest problem is...
How much were you going to put on that bet, Michael?
I'll put a tenner on it.
I'll take it.
All right. Tell you what, £10 super chat.
I'll take your £10 bet. Because
what's
in 2019 was 10-0.
Oh, Crystal Palace, wasn't it?
Man City versus Burton Albion.
Oh.
In 1986, 13-2, Liverpool v Fulham.
Oh, we're not getting the two.
And the most goals in one leg was the 9-0 City Burton Albion.
Well, I hope I lose some money.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm praying that I lose some money.
I mean, I must admit, it's been painful first 30 plus minutes, I must admit. And like I say, when you look at the shape of this team at the minute, it doesn't look too bad. I just don't know. Like I said, is it the fact that we just don't have enough training time to play this new system of play? Because once we give the ball away in the final third, we look all over the place in recovery. And that can only be, like I say, because this is realistically a plan C, isn't it?
Oh, man.
Again, Hall gives the ball away. It's fallen to Reinders. He drives it across. And again, I think that comes off the post or Ramsdale's chest. It's one of the two. Ramsdale's gone down.
I think he hit the post.
I say Reinders literally just finds himself wide open again. It's a simple pass. He gets it out of his feet.
I know.
Yeah, and he drives it into the midriff
into the
of... Oof. Yeah, Ramsdale he's grimacing a little bit there. Count him, son. He's back on his feet now. I think we've got to keep the score down to 4-0. We've still got a chance. Anyway, ball comes in again. It's a bit of a poor one, but I think it's the first time Voltamoda's got a touch with any Man City player being anywhere near him, to be fair, and he kicks it straight back out for a throw-in. There you go. That's how to do it.
Do you think it's one of those that the fact the players and the kind of came into this knowing that we weren't going to get anything from it, and City have gone into it and gone, if we get embarrassed here by them coming back, and they've put the foot on the ball, tried to play, and we've just kind of turned up and gone, at least we got off the bus.
Yeah.
Listen.
Yeah, I must admit, mate, I'm surprised they haven't forgot the boot bags the way they've played today, because they've certainly forgot how to play football. I mean, like I said, I think that the thing that I was more worried about with us playing this system of play, where we go a little bit deeper, is Man City can relax. They're already 2 goals. They're a good side. You don't have to give them a 2-goal lead. You got me. And to then be able just to caress the ball as they do. They're very quick-minded, they're good footballers, and they can just see a pass before they've even got the ball at the feet. And they've also got players around them that are moving so well off the ball into the space. And we are very static. And I think when you combine all of those positives that Manchester City are doing to the few negatives that Newcastle are doing, I mean, it's only ever going to be one team, unfortunately, that comes out with something. Unless, like I say, from the start, like we did against PSG sometimes, where you just sit back and then going on the press and you stop pretty players playing football, teams like this will just take the mickey out of you all day long.
I think as soon as we went 1-0 down, we had to just go, you know what, the game's...
Let's go for it. Yeah, the game's gone. Let's just go for it. Like you said, if you lose 6-1 and you've had a go, then you say, you know what, fair enough. I mean, we talk about small margins, don't we? If those 2 really good chances had gone in, the game could have looked different. But it hasn't. So you've still got to work as if it's 0-0, and go again. And that's the trouble. You're opening the door every time you go forward. You take a gamble by moving another player out of the midfield to go and push in the final third, if you like. We just look, like I say, a little bit all over the place when it comes to good control there from Eddie Howe. It's the best I've seen from our midfield today.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah, so like I mean, for me, the one thing that this could hurt more than anything else, if our confidence was already at the floor, this could seriously hinder those next crucial games away from home.
Yeah, 100%. You look at the next 2 games, even, I know Brentford's at home, Spurs is away, but you're looking at those 2 games, and I'd like to see a reaction. I'm not sure I'm going to, but heads
look at the way just
undoubtedly going to be down here.
Dead.
Because City are walking through us.
Absolutely. We're, again, Marmouche on that left side of the penalty area, picking the ball up again from Ait-Nouri. Drops the ball back, and there's a chance of a shot. But luckily for us, it's straight down Ramsdale's throat. Nico Gonzalez there, again, 25 yards out. Keeps it on target, keeps it low. But like I say, it's straight into the arms of Ramsdale, luckily for us. And, here we go. Anthony Gordon has gone down.
Someone's given up.
Yeah, well, there you go. Let's throw the rattle. That doesn't surprise me whatsoever.
Yeah, not at all. It's one of those, when the going gets tough, the week have already gone, and Anthony Gordon, well, apparently the hamstring's gone. But he won't be coming out for the second half, I guarantee that.
But he won't be coming out for the weekend either.
No.
Well, some will say that's for the better of the club, if I'm honest with you.
Ramsdale's gone over to him, and Gordon's just said to him, this can't be bothered, to be honest. There's definitely something in that, although Barnes coming on now, who knows, if he was starting, maybe someone would have finished their dinner up front. Not that Gordon has had much to deal with. His running has been good, but with his attitude problems, when you see him go down like this, it just kind of seems pretty obvious, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean,
there again, that's an easy, lazy assumption to make.
I go off the assumption that I see. And I'll be honest, every time we seem to have a tough game, Gordon goes down and goes, "Oh, my leg's a bit sore." No, I'm not having it.
Right, when?
We've seen it in there'll be numerous times last season. We've seen it pretty early on when we were getting beat. I think there was one against City where we were 3-0 down and he ended up coming off again. We've seen it numerous times.
He's certainly walking off all right, I must admit. Yeah, he's walking off okay, I must admit. Like I said, it may have had a bit of a pull on it, and maybe he's just erring on caution, who knows? But it certainly doesn't do us any favours whatsoever. So Harvey Barnes is on for Anthony Gordon. The super sub. The arrow man, ball over the top. Yeah. From Mamouche, who gets over the ball from the ball over the top. Brings it back to Aït-Nouri, but again, the offside flag has gone up. That saved the bacon of Newcastle. It was a great ball over the top again. He just mistimed his run off the shoulder of Malik Chow. But again, he seems to like a player up for this one. And Haaland's eyes are wide open there. He's saying he could catch up with me on goals. What are you saying?
Yeah, he looks bemused that he hasn't been asked to play. He knows he would have ended that drought if he did.
Yeah. Chow now with the ball over to Lewis Hall. Gets the ball under control, plays it back to Dan Burn. Dan Burn now again down the line to Hall. Hall goes all the way back to Botman, who's got loads of space because Manchester City have just taken a breather. Chow again with the ball over the top, trying to get Voltemada, but he's never going to get the other side of cutting off. And it's job done. Back to Trafford. Ball again, O'Reilly on the turn. Leaves Willock in the wake. Ball again over the top to try and get Semenyo on. But Dan Burn sees the danger and heads that ball back to Botman, who goes all the way back to Ramsdale. And Ramsdale happy to roll the ball out to him. Tonali now picks that ball up and he plays it out to Malik Chow on that right-hand side now when they split the three in the midfield, in the back line, I should say.
Arung95, thank you for your super chat, is saying this performance is as bad as your predictions.
Yeah, I certainly didn't predict this.
Ball goes all the way back to Ake, and again, Manchester City are just happy to take a breather. Again, with all the amount of games that they've got going forward. He's taking their time with the ball now with his 5-yard passing. And again, just making Newcastle work a little bit harder. Again, Tonali trying to get a little bit further forward from that midfield slot to get a bit closer. Can Willock get on that one? And again, the ball has fallen for Newcastle. Willock plays the ball up to Voltemada, whose first touch out to Tonali wasn't the best. And Tonali gets a wrap on the heels from Aït-Nouri. And again, he's up. And it's a free kick to Newcastle. 4 minutes of added time. We're in the second minute.
Sir General says, Sir General Greatness 9572 says, sack Howe tonight.
Like I said, that vote of confidence from Mr. Hopkinson hasn't certainly done him very, very good stead. Ball going to come in from Trippier on that right-hand side. See what happens from this one. Trippier comes in. It's a good ball, and it's a great save, to be fair. Diving to that top left-hand bin.
It's 3 good saves Trafford's made, to be fair. Even if we were clinical.
Was that Botman?
3-3. Yes, Sven Botman.
Yeah, it was a good header.
That's kind of
yeah, it's just shaping towards the keeper, to be fair. It wasn't quietly in the corner. And there he is, Trafford talking to Hall. I'll see you in the summer, son.
Oh, God, don't.
Hall now picks the ball up, gives it back. Handball! Handball, referee! Away, referee! Oh, what you saying? It's the Etihad rule.
Surely you'd just do it by me.
Yeah. That's not in front of your chest.
That's not a handball, is it? Close
With
to
3-0 down, it's a handball. It's a handball every day of the bloody week.
Mercy, please.
Mercy, exactly.
And
We don't want no pep
PAR,
rules. No, there you go. No penalty. It's just a corner with Lewis Hall to take. I didn't expect one, to be fair. But, I mean, you've got to shout for these things.
We live in hope.
Indeed we do. Lewis Hall now with his in-swinger. Very interesting to see Chelsea's tactic against Arsenal yesterday, I must admit, on those corners. Ball back to Trippier into the box. And again...
Oh, but he spills it.
He did spill it. I'm not sure whether there was much again in that. The referees do tend to favour the goalkeeper in those situations.
Yeah, I think it's fair enough.
That's a fair one. You're going to say
contact, didn't there? Just a little bit.
There was. I mean, if I'm honest with you, I did think it was WWE for a second. We'd probably be better at that, if I'm honest with you.
We're not physical enough.
Well, yeah, we need J7 back. Yeah, for that one. Nico, back to, again, it's just all far too easy for Foden sitting in there. And again, O'Reilly now picking that ball up. Too many players sit deep. No, I mean, Manchester City here, it's really clever the way they play because they play with 4 at the back and 4 up top. So where do your players have to go? You know what I mean? You either go and press and then you leave yourself wide open in that half space in front of the defence. It's very difficult to try and compete with a team that plays this 4-1-4-1 system because where do you go? 6,000 Geordies at the match. They should be compensated like the Manchester City players did against that, was it Norwegian side?
Yeah, Bodo Glimt. To be honest, I think every single one of those Geordies is at the bar and staying there for the next 45 minutes. In fact, they might already be in the city of Manchester, either on the bus home or in the bars.
I mean, I must admit, that's not one thing that that the Geordie faithful don't do is, well, I say they don't do. I mean, I'm sure some have left already, if I'm honest with you. Half-time, it is Manchester City 3, Newcastle 0, and it's aggregate of 5-0. It certainly looks very uphill. Carrying a Bergen, 40-pound Bergen, with the heat blazing down on you type of situation to get past this one. I'll be happy even if we got a consolation goal, if I'm honest with you, going forward into the second half. That's how bad it's been.
But again, you've just said it. How different could that have been if Willock and Gordon had taken their chances? Probably the 2 best chances. Well, no, that third one, the header was an easy enough one.
It's a tapping, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, listen, you've got to make these opportunities that we get count, and I think that's the big thing for me is the fact that if you look at the 2 situations that we found ourselves, and we've had, like you say, 2 very good opportunities there. If you don't take at least one of them, it's as if everybody goes up to, as you've just seen there, with Trafford again making that save against Botman. It's like everything falls for you, The back 4 become more relaxed because they know they've got a keeper who's on form.
Yeah.
We never seem to get that. Never, ever seem to get that. If we make a mistake from midfield backwards, it always feels like there's a goal coming. There just doesn't seem to be that comfort zone anywhere. When we were flying high and Pope was saving everything, if you remember, I mean, the last time we were in the Champions League, I remember, was it something like 22 saves that Pope made?
In Milan, I was there.
Oh, it was Milan, yeah.
Milan, I was there, yeah.
Yeah, it was mental, that game. But like I said, they never really looked like doing anything in front of us, even though they just kept knocking at the door. And yet, in recent times, that just seems to have disappeared.
Andy Barwick, thank you for your $4.99.
Thanks, Andy.
Why would you put Barnes on when your other left winger got injured? Ridiculous decision. Keep him fresh for Saturday. Throw a Sula on. Yeah, valid point, Andrew.
Listen, I think there's a lot you can question about bringing players on now. that haven't had a rest? Is it worth pushing Malik Chow for another 45 minutes? You know, is it worth pulling him off? Is it the likes of Louis Hall? You know, these are the only guys that we have got in this team now. If they break, there's no replacements. So you have to make a conscious decision. Is this game over? And if it is, then at least give the kids a run and rest the players going forward, because you're going to keep pushing them for another 45 minutes. Anything can happen.
Absolutely.
Random Access has gifted a membership. Thank you, Random, one of the stalwart supporters of the channel. And it has gone to Toon Dave.
Toon Dave. Welcome on board, Toon.
Welcome on board, Toon Dave.
Indeed. It'd be interesting to see your thoughts. Unfortunately, I can't see the chat on my screen. It's frozen. I don't know why. So if there's anything that you can pull up, Win or Michael, that we can give these guys a shout out. Say it's probably going to be more entertaining than the first 45 minutes we've just watched. So there you go. I'll let you guys do that one. While I have a quick
supporter here
break.
saying you can at least show up, even we're not this bad. Disgraceful performance. Huge letdown to everyone, lol. There's three men. Oh, there's men v boys. And then there's this. Not even sure how to describe it.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
But the Baracus is coming out preempting Eddie Howe's press conference. It's been a strong performance again.
Yeah, I don't think there's any chance of that today. I'd be very interested to see what he does actually say, because, you know, shy of we were absolutely dreadful, there's not much more he can say. The two chances go... In fact, no, I know exactly what he's going to say. If the two chances in the first half go our way, then it's a very different game, but just unfortunately, we just couldn't take our chances.
Yeah,
there you go, you've heard it first.
Keep Burns and Trips on. In another 45 minutes, they might make a challenge. Oh, what was Bogey suggesting? I haven't seen Bogey's.
Bogey put in a super chat. Chuck the kids on at half time. This has gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest, I agree. Put anyone but who's currently on the pitch on. Get Hall off. Get Chow off. Get Botman off. Leave the rest.
Murphy on, give the young ones a chance. Well, the thing is, right now, I mean, for a start there, making that change for Gordon, like literally 2 minutes before half time.
Yeah.
You can do it at half time and you're not wasting a substitution opportunity. You would still have three left. Now we've only got two left.
Yeah, there'll be a triple change, I think, in about 10 minutes or so. I personally want to see it at half time.
I want to see it at half time as well.
I can't see it, though. Oh, my God. I think...
And the thing is, when Gordon and Willock are 1 and 10 for finishing, Barnes should have started.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm inclined to agree. Harvey Barnes is the best finisher at the club, but you can't say the last two performances he's been in the game at all. You know, the performances have been just as bad as anyone really from Harvey Barnes the last couple of games. I still think he should start. I still think he is one of our best players, but if you're basing it off most recent performances, you know, Gordon has been decent in spells. I didn't see Harvey Barnes at all really against Liverpool.
Oh. Win the league by, it's a general greatness back in, win the league by 2030, more like 2130. Ow. The knives are sharpening.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be honest, I can't see it happening. You know, it's one of those. We always look at the bigger picture. This result won't sway the board, I don't think. It is embarrassing. There will be questions asked of him, of course, you know, as to why it just feels like we're not even in the same wavelength as what we have been in previous years. But, It is just one of those where we are knackered.
Just to cheer us up even more. Overall possession, Man City 62%, Newcastle 38%. They've had 12 shots on 12 shots to our 4, 6 on target to our 3. Touches inside the opposition box, they've had 22. We've had 7. Both keepers have made 3 saves. Same for aerial duels, same for fouls committed, near enough. And 3 corners each.
So they've had more shots than we've had touches in their box, if I remember. Great.
But they've had almost as many shots on target. 6 as opposed to 7.
That's great. That's fantastic. I tell you what, I've always tried to be in the middle on the whole how in, how out debate, but this might be the worst performance I've seen from us in a long time.
Yeah, could be the tipping point, yeah. The only thing about it is, did we really expect much?
I expected we at least keep it,
keep it
tight.
At least keep it respectable.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
right now it ain't looking respectable.
No, not at all.
Respectable isn't something that I would give that first half. I must admit it was criminal. It was criminal to watch. And like I said, I can understand, with recent results and everything else, people are always looking for that little glimmer of hope. But I am unfortunately looking at this team now, and I'm thinking to myself, if you're struggling to find, you're giving players a chance, right? So players have come onto the field of play, and we're looking at Ramsey and Willock in particular, and you're saying, give them an opportunity to play. Now, I am not just earmarking 2 players that have just started. For me, it just looks as though everybody has played a game too many. So when you haven't got that rotation, when you haven't got, I suppose, the difference being a midfielder is there is, obviously, when they're all fit, there is bodies to come into there. But everywhere else, for me, are we not just too comfortable? That's the question I want to ask you guys. Are players coming into this side comfortable, knowing regardless of what happens, I'm going to play the weekend?
Quite possibly, yeah. I do agree. I know there's a super chat that just came in, so which has a question there. Tony T and the flying crumpets, and these 2 are our best centre backs. There are so many that are shot. I don't know who you mean out the 2, out the 3. I'm going to assume Chow and Botman. I would definitely think so. But yeah, it's one of those. We've got a bit of an injury crisis. The 2 best are there, and they haven't had much help at all. But just to go back to your comment there, Gary, it is a case. I think you're completely right. Let's be honest. None of the players in there, except from Ramsdale, I would say, if they have a shocker, won't play again. Won't play either against Tottenham or Brentford. There's no jeopardy for any of those players at all, and I don't like them.
And on top of that, when you've got Willock and Ramsey coming in and performing as they are doing, they're not exactly screaming, "I should be playing."
No,
are they?
Not at all. No.
I mean, don't get me wrong. You can see that the lads have probably played a game too many, and the biggest problem is when you look at what City can do, and other teams around us, as daft as it looks, can do. We just don't seem to do it. I think the problem with Eddie Howe is, the tried and trusted method, and I'm going to say it's the tried and trusted method, is his way to the next game. It's a case of he always believes you don't pull a player out of the team until they ain't fit enough to play in the team. And even then he puts them on the bench. And listen, there's restrictions. I understand some of the restrictions that he faces. What I can't ever understand is if you're not getting results because the lads just can't give you 100%, then sometimes you just have to take a result, a bad result, and bounce back because you've given opportunities to other players. That may not be up to scratch, but what you're going to get is 100% effort from them. You'll be lucky if you've got 80% out of these guys today. That, to me, when you're coming on to, and yes, 3 games in 8 days is a lot. I'm not denying that. It is a lot. Especially when, it's not just 3 games in 8 days. You've also got to consider what they've played previous to this, especially after the international break in November. It has been relentless. We knew it was coming. And that, to me, is why I could not understand why 2 things. One, he hasn't already brought a couple of the youngsters on and gave them an opportunity to play when it wasn't so critical, when it wasn't so crucial. And 2, you've got the money. Why didn't you just dip in? And yes, it may be a short-term fix for a long-term problem, but every club that's vying for the top of this league do it.
Yeah,
that's the thing. That's the difference.
Hello.
Looks like there's been a triple substitution. I saw Alanga, Murphy, and I think I saw Wissa as well there.
Yeah, it looks like there is a couple coming on.
Yeah, Murphy's definitely
and I say Anthony Gordon on a little bit of a run, just holds himself up and just holds the back of his thigh and drops to the floor as if to say, that is it. My day is done. But it didn't look like it snapped, which is a positive thing. It looks literally just like he'd felt a twinge and he did the right thing by just going to the floor, to be fair.
Yeah, it might be
Alanga, Wissa and Murphy.
Yeah,
yeah,
so
it might
Alanga, Wissa, Murphy and Barnes on now from the original lineup.
From the original one, yeah.
Lineup. Presumably Walter Marder, with no Gordon.
Number 68, he's on for them. That's the lane, I think, who's come on. And again, that's that young lad who was at Watford and got called back early. I don't know who's gone off for them, to be fair.
Looks like it's Nathan Ake.
Nathan Ake has gone off and the lane's come on.
I think Lewis Hall, Joe Willock and Nick Voltamada have come off for Newcastle.
Okay.
Joe
Willock.
So does that mean what I think it could mean?
But Dan Burns left back.
That Dan Burn goes to left back.
Yeah. Dan Burn.
Wow.
I mean, why not?
Against Semenyo.
Yay. And we're off. We are off. And it goes long up towards Semenyo. And Dan Burn playing left back. Even though it looks very much like Murphy's there at the minute.
No one knows where that played.
I'll tell you, this could be hilarious if that's the case. They've put Jacob Murphy at left back. Oh, there's a chance here for Wissa to get through. Wissa's got a chance, and he puts it over.
Raises the ball.
Oh my God!
You have to get it over the keeper, but
we've had 3 of the 4 best chances in this game.
Oh, where's he put that? Seriously, where did he put that?
No.
Look at this, man. That doesn't go anywhere near the goal.
Doesn't even. I thought it was a deflection, but it wasn't even a deflection.
He's in the kebab shop. He's not even at the. Honest to God. Seriously,
I've ever seen.
Wow.
I am gobsmacked. I seriously am gobsmacked. 3 of the best chances in this match. And to be fair, that is a shocker. Not to even test. No, he's just come onto the field of play. Yes, he's got to have a feel of the ball. But when you're a striker, you get paid to score goals. Mate, I'll tell you something now. He couldn't score in Winsborough.
And by the way, still no Neve, Asula or Shahar. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. Could it be because he doesn't want to baptize those kids with a baptism of fire?
Well, what would you pay Jacob Murphy at left back? Seriously.
it remains to be seen if he actually goes there, you know.
Well, he's there. Left wing back. He's replaced Hall with Jacob Murphy.
Wing.
Oh, yeah. I tell you, this could be a dangerous decision, I must admit. Trafford with the ball, gets it out long to the halfway line. Again, just turning the Newcastle players. It's hit back towards the Man City box, but it's Elaine picking the ball up and again has time and composure to throw it all the way back to Trafford. No real problems for Manchester City as we speak. Ball again from Trafford coming to look for Marmoush, and again Botman sees that and catches it on the half bounce, gets it forward again, but again it's only fallen to a blue shirt. Alanga decides to tug and pull and push, and again it's a free kick to Manchester City. Another good clear opportunity, the start of the second half for Newcastle, and again one that goes unpunished. Yeah,
it's an interesting one because we've had 3 really good chances, yet it feels like this is one of the worst performances we've ever seen. So I don't know.
That says it all about Man City, does it not? This is why they're not at the top, because they're defensively frail.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Well, of course, absolutely. I mean, if you go, I mean, even like I say, Spurs scored 2 past them, and like I say, it wasn't pretty, but like I say, they are frail. And we can see that it's not the best unit. Look at that. Elaine's just run straight through us. He's the new kid that's just come on. Ball goes out to that right-hand side with Núñez now down again, up against a new challenge for him in this second half. Faced up with Barnes that time. And again, O'Reilly into Marmoush, Foden back to Elaine. It's just all too easy for Man City at the minute. Again, just lots of movement in and around the box for Manchester City. Ball comes back to Nico, drives it out to Núñez on that right-hand side, gives it back again to Kusanov.
Pendulum.
And again, just picking the ball up, and it's just a ball through the middle, and this time it doesn't go to a blue shirt, and Newcastle have the opportunity to try and get the ball into Wissa, but again, Kusanov has the beating of him, and it's no show. Harvey Barnes now trying to track the ball, but it's too easy. Again, there's no press. Again, Newcastle are frightened to go on the press because they break so quickly behind us. And we've gifted.
Don't pass it back. Get the ball in the box.
There's a stat there that I've just seen in the chat, by the way.
Man. We've got a free kick on the halfway line. Why not just get the bodies in the box and launch it?
No, I completely agree. And this might be one of the
Alanga on a run down this right-hand side up against Elaine. Didn't beat him, though. Where's his excellent pace?
Yeah.
I mean, Elaine's a centre-back. Kept up with him.
Yeah, should have done better. I was just saying there's a chat there that might, to be honest, it indicates exactly why. Voltamada, 4 shots on target in 16 games now. If that is true, that is absolutely insane. But I'll be honest, looking at this, not surprised.
Nope. I mean, like I say, but I mean, we say you're not surprised. We look at the creativity. We are struggling, but we've still had opportunities. Tonali with the ball into the box, but again, it's too easy and too close for Trafford, and he's picked that one up out the air, and it's again Newcastle on the retreat, drops the ball to feet Trafford, and they start again. Kusanov and Nico just all the way back to Trafford. Again, there's no press on that ball from Newcastle. It's as if we're the ones that are winning 5-0 in aggregate. Oof. A bit of a dodgy ball there, but it's gone all the way through to Semenyo, to be fair, who's got the turn on Alanga. Again, he's got the options to put that ball out on the right-hand side, which he does, and I think that's Marmoush, again, driving into the box, and it's a cross-come shot. That's, to be fair, pretty poor from Marmoush this half. In the first half, that would have deflected, looped up over the top of Ramsdale and gone into the back of the net, but not this half.
Guess we're going to be thankful for that.
Yeah, exactly. Trippier down the line now, and again, it's Wissa who's come deep, and again, the ball has gone a little bit behind, and it's just all tight and rushed, and there's just nothing there. Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't want to even call it that. It's just so poor. I've seen worse football. Well, have I seen a poorer team at this present moment in time wear a black and white shirt? I can't remember one.
That's a long.
Even when we were in the bloody championship, we were playing better than this.
Yeah, Heaton Stanton would have gave Man City a better game than Newcastle have the day.
Yeah, exactly. Ball on that right hand side now.
Stan.
Oh, I love the Stan.
Where are you from, Lee?
Longbenton. So they were.
No more.
Yeah, they were. I was originally from Longbenton, so saw them a little bit. Did the media for them while I was at uni as well.
Oh, you know
Excellent
Billy Pittman?
again.
I don't actually.
You don't know Billy? Oh, he's been on the committee there for years.
Yes. I met a lot of people, but I don't remember.
A regular, Vic.
If I see his face, I'd probably recognise.
Yeah,
I am terrible with names.
Tonali now picks the ball up again. There was a slight opportunity there for Manchester City, but it was
hard lanes.
In the end. They did look for the penalty, but I mean, who's that pass to? Oh. Come on, Dan. Jesus. I mean, even with Langer's not so pacey pace, he wouldn't have got that. Well, if a centre back can keep up with you, I'm sorry. What have you bought him for? Anyway, ball goes back to Trafford. Half a press from Wissa, goes long, high. Botman underneath this one again. Foden looking to get it, but again it's just headed forward, and it's into Semenyo. Semenyo, who's been pretty quiet this game, to be fair. And again he's gone. Oh, I thought that was going to go all the way through to Reinders, who had made a great run through the middle, but luckily for Newcastle, it was cut out.
That's a sensible ball. Gives us it. Right, go
again. Here we go. Alanga on the run from the ball from Trippier. Can he get it under control for one? He could.
They're through in instead of them getting an offside.
Yeah. And it was good tracking back, I suppose you can say. Reinders there, just showing you a clip of the Botman challenge on Reinders. The referee's allowed to just say, get on with it. Trippier throws it into Ramsey again, who's been pretty obsolete during the first period of this game. Fingers crossed he can do something a little bit better in the second half. Finds Tonali. Again, no momentum going forward for Newcastle. It is literally side to side. Ball driven into Wissa. Drops it back to Ramsey. Ramsey looks up. Diagonal ball to try and find Trippier. Trippier gives it inside to Alanga. Alanga does a little bit of a keepy-uppy. And again, can't do a lot with it. And now, are we in trouble? No, we're not. Cho manages to get it out the way of Marmouche. And again, it's with Tonali. Tonali sees the opportunity to go a diagonal ball. But he's Murphy again now playing that left wing back. Not seeing. Oh, Whistle got an opportunity. Referee's just turned his back on that. He's not having any of that, to be fair. Eddie Howe, everybody's out to say, speak to the fourth official. Ball out to Semenyo. They may revisit this when the ball goes out.
Yeah, when the ball goes dead.
I didn't see a lot in the first challenge, to be fair. Ball over the top for Marmouche. Well, when the ball goes dead, it could be another goal for Man City. That'll be an interesting one. Oh, there's a shot from Reinders that goes wide. Can you believe it?
For his hat.
Can you believe it? Shocking by Trippier again.
Yeah, it should have been 4-0 to Manchester City, really, shouldn't it? It's a great chance. Almost identical to the other goal he got coming onto it. It's not showing us the replay of Wissa going down just yet, but the way we're complaining, there must have been something in it.
Yeah, I mean, Reinders, to be fair, was a little bit off target. Yeah, here's this one from Wissa. Alain mixes himself up. Oh, I mean, there's nothing in that, lads. Come on.
Nah.
Wissa's just looking and begging for
all
anything.
over him, though, still.
Yeah, I mean, he's just old, I mean, look at that. Eddie Howe, that was like me as a 14-year-old going down the shop and asking for fags. You know what I mean? Oh, please. Come on.
Yeah, not great, is it? The silence is deafening.
It's criminal, mate. Ramsdale goes long again, searching out for Dan Burn, but it's headed to the side with Nate Nure. He's again tripped by Trippier. Trippier, the tripper, indeed. O'Reilly gets the ball inside. Again, it's just easy for Marmouche to find players running onto the ball as Newcastle retreat further and further towards their own box. Foden again, another player who hasn't
just
really
ran
been
into
involved.
shape there without anyone looking at where the
play was. Yeah, nobody tried to get the ball back. They're more worried about what shape we're going to be in, which is crazy. I must admit, absolutely crazy. When nobody's competing for the ball. And look, I mean, it was a nice idea there from Man City that didn't quite come true. Chow does well. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, we got a bit lucky there. Players dawdling on the ball a little bit. Chow originally did well to pick it up, but it's currently up for a Newcastle United throw-in on the right-hand side. And I think we're just looking to waste a little bit of time here wherever possible.
I'm going to say, yeah, it's damage limitations literally on 59 minutes. Ball does worm its way through to Wissa, who again faced by three blue shirts.
The blue shirts come away with the ball.
Yeah, it's because they're not looking at getting into shape. They're just looking at where the ball is. And like I said, there's three players around it. They're all challenged for the ball. Newcastle are nowhere near that. It's like I said, it's as if they're going to get points for being in a nice shape. It doesn't work. Ball goes outside there to Nunes now, who again drives down towards that right-hand side, and it's faced up by the left wing back now of Murphy. He's trying to get the ball over the top of Murphy. You can only head it towards Foden though. Ball comes back to Nunes. Nico. O'Reilly now picks the ball up. 45 yards from goal here. Man City, again, it's pendulum football. They're happy just to keep hold of the ball. Nice little give and go there. But again, look at the movement. It's something that you don't see very often in a black and white shirt. And that's what's disappointing for me. Again, a bit of a misunderstanding there between Kusanov. And the ball eventually comes up into the middle with Semenyo. And again, not a great ball from Semenyo. Pep won't like that. They do get the ball back though, and again, Nure on this left-hand side stops, plays the ball into O'Reilly. Again, Mamouche sees the ball going one way, gives the eyes the other. Just can't keep hold of the ball, but the referee has given a free kick to Newcastle.
Yeah,
that's as good as a goal.
On the centre circle, all the retro kits in the away end there.
At least we've got some lovely retro kits we can
sell. Yeah. I mean, listen, that is typical the lads, isn't it? Look, they're all still singing. They're all still trying, even though it's been a dire performance. And to be fair, they have every reason to question the money back, if I'm honest with you. Ball up towards Dan Burn, but it's headed clear by Semenyo in the end. Tonali gets his toe on it and hooks it back towards goal. Dan Burn again. Botman's headed it away. There's a shot on goal, but again, it's closer to the kebab shop than it is the goal.
Yeah, to be honest, it's all it going at such a speed. Trafford could have gone out for a Donna and come back and still probably call it.
Yeah, exactly.
For a Donna.
Yeah, we've got a couple of prima donnas. That's the problem.
Only a couple.
Only a couple. Yeah, I'm going to give the rest a break. Oh, Trafford there, risking it with Harvey Barnes. Oh, there's a dodgy ball down the line there from Elaine. It's fallen to Trippier inside to Tonali, who again not really got the options. Gives it back to Botman. Botman again under a lot of pressure from blue shirts. Finds Murphy now down on that left-hand side. Comes inside to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes dances past one on the edge of the box now. He stops, comes back, gives it to Ramsey. Ramsey inside to Murphy. And it's again, Newcastle retreating. it's crazy. Ramsey on a bit of a run, plays the ball in the wrong area. But again, Tonali does well this time and gets that ball back from Mamouche out to Alanga, hugging this right-hand side. Trippier on the overlap. He comes back Alanga, drops the ball back into Malik Chow. Back to Alanga on this right-hand side. Again, looking to do something. Dances between two. You got a shot. What a goal from Alanga! Can you believe it? The first time We have seen a little bit of a chink in that armour. And it's Elanga that brings it on board. Dances between the two. Comes inside when he had the opportunity to go on his right. He comes back inside on his left-hand side. Throws the ball towards that far post. In off the post it goes. Elanga's broke his duck. Maybe we can get 10.
6-5. We're going to win 6-5.
6-5. There you go.
Beautiful stuff.
I mean, I must admit, like I said, all I wanted was a goal. And that is it. I'm done.
Yeah, it's an excellent one. It was as well.
It was a good finish.
Want to actually do something. Credit to Anthony Elanga. It's been a pretty dreadful day so far, but I'm very happy for him to have actually contributed something.
Yeah, indeed. A ball. But we only need another 2, and it could all happen. You never know. Ball out to Harvey Barnes now, dancing down that left-hand side on the halfway line, brings it back inside the Newcastle half again to Ramsey, back to Harvey Barnes. You can see a little bit of a dancing step now for Newcastle as they've got that one goal.
Let's see
Tonali.
Collapse.
Yeah, exactly. Botman out to Chow on the halfway line. Chow trying to drive the ball up towards Elanga. Can Harvey Barnes keep this in situ? It looked like a handball to me, but the referee is
coming
carried
away
on.
from clusters with a ball.
Yeah, Murphy now down that left-hand side. Dances past 1, can't dance past 2. But he got the ball back. Oh, the referee has said.
Throwing the defender.
Yeah. He's got the ball back because he failed.
All
exciting for the minute. Yeah. Oh, yeah, somebody saying there, that's 55 million recuperated then, says Liquid.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, no, let's look. Let's see if we can take some positives from this dreadful performance.
That's a thing. It's one of those.
If that could be a terrible thing of Elanga getting his confidence back. Which is what.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, these things happen. You know, like I said, you might go away from here losing the game, but if you can just change that mentality about, I can't do anything in a black and white shirt, then things, games change on moments, don't they? So for me, like I said, may not be able to win this battle, but can we win the war? That's the thing. Ball gets deflected a bit further forward for a Newcastle throw.
Look, the big guns are
warming. They're worried. They're worried. They've got Haaland. They've got Haaland warming up.
How against Liverpool, the worst thing we could have done was score.
Yeah, exactly.
They started playing. They've gone, right, they've scored. Get the beast.
Yeah, but I mean, they've played 4-1-4-1 the entire game, right? And it looks a decent system when you've got the players to play it. We went 2-0 down. You'd have just thought, you know what? 4-1-4-1 or 4-2-4, something different. Oh, Elanga again. Trying to get past the lane does incredibly well, but again,
so much and then foul.
Somebody, I don't know who it was, that throws the clothesline. I think it was Ramsey who throws the clothesline at Elaine in the end, and it's a free kick to Manchester City in the penalty area. So it's that, I suppose, that all that. You can see there's a little bit of a bounce in their step. Can you look at the lads there? Anybody think that we were winning 5-1? I love it. I do love them. Trafford with this free kick again. Green and gold stripe or orange stripe. Again, it's all the way to the other side, though, and it's picked up by Ramsdale. It's the Goalkeepers Appreciation Society, where they just literally play to each other. Tonali plays the ball out to Chow. Chow, again, just holds onto the ball, and he's got the opportunity to play in Trippier there, but he decides to go right to left for some unknown reason. And Botman now, again, running centrally, plays the ball again to Malik Chow. Tina, Trippier. I'll get them right in a minute. Botman goes again to that extra man now with Ramsdale wanting to come out and play. Botman again. This is a steady build-up from Newcastle. Chow. Trippier. Down the line to Alanga. Alanga's got a chance to throw Wisser in here. Wisser's broken the lines. Wisser playing Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes has got a chance here. Harvey Barnes! Get in, Harvey Barnes! Offside win. Offside win. I wondered why you didn't get the arrows at the back. There you go.
Where's the offside?
Let's have a look.
Wisser's miles off.
Yeah, Wisser's off.
And then Barnes
Harvey Barnes wasn't actually. Run. Yeah,
it was a good run. Good run, good finish, but Wisser.
Great finish.
Offside.
Yeah, great finish. I must admit that was a good finish. Again, that's what I'm saying. You know, they have got them on, but here they come. The big guns are on the blue shirts. They've seen enough. I mean, it's criminal. It really is criminal. Riley gives the ball to Kushnov out on that left-hand side now. And again, it's a poor ball down towards Semenyo. And big Dan Byrne gets the ball all the way back to Ramsdale and gives the ball into Malik Chow to Trippier, down the line to Alanga, who, to be fair, seems up for this game for some unknown reason.
It's only took being 5-0 down for two players. I say Lewis Hall was up for it in the first half.
Yeah,
Alanga in the second.
And 30-odd games. I mean... Trippier now picks the ball up again, being hassled by blue shirts, gives it into Ramsey, who's struggling to see why he should be a 6 in such a deep role. And again, it's given the ball straight back from Dan Byrne, and again, just gets it back from Botman to Ramsdale. Ramsdale goes out again to Chow. Trippier on the outside, Tonali on the inside, but it's a poor ball from Chow. There's a square ball to Foden. Foden trying to find Semenyo, but again, the deep 6 is there with Ramsey. Picks the ball up and plays it out to Byrne. Now there's Tonali. There's a chance through the middle with Harvey Barnes. This time, Harvey Barnes, can he break the lines? Alanga again! Oh, no! It's nice to see Alanga back. There you go. Kebab shop number 3.
One man.
If you didn't laugh, you'll cry. That's all I'm going to say.
What?
It's a great pass through to Barnes, to be fair.
Tonali's pass through to Harvey Barnes. He's superb. Breaks the lines. And he's got... I mean, he's got to hit the target, hasn't he? He's got to make the keeper work, for God's sake.
Yeah, the kebab from earlier had been served and he still couldn't eat it.
I think the bab was cold by the time he got that. Jesus.
And here come Cherky, Rodri and Haaland.
Yeah, I mean, what poor subs. Cherky, Haaland and Rodri. I mean, come on. O'Reilly coming off, I think, is 1. Yeah. And Rodri coming on for Manchester City. That is the difference, I must admit. And again, who's going to come on for the others? Semenyo's coming off. Who, again, he's not had a great game, to be fair, Semenyo. And Haaland's coming on to play on the wing.
He looks like it's Foden.
Is it Foden? Again, Foden's not had a great game either, to be fair. But they're still winning, which is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I will say Marmoush looks pretty incredible every time he plays against her. The fact that Manchester City can't find a space for him in the squad and are potentially going to get rid of him, it's absolutely insanity. He's been the standout today, as you say. Semenyo hasn't looked great. Foden hasn't looked great. Reinders, to be fair, has looked different class, and so has Marmoush. But only 3 of the top players in the squad coming on to deal with now.
Yeah, exactly. It should be easy going forward now. Cherky. See, I thought he was injured, Cherky. Obviously, only had a slight knock. A ball again on that left-hand side with Murphy, who plays the ball in. Can Alanga get onto this one? Alanga's bursting forward. But again, it's cleared by Nouri. And again, he's offside. God. Look at where he's starting from. I mean, come on, with that pace. I mean, it wasn't the best ball in the world, was it?
No, it was so late as well. It's one of those where your pass should have come 10, 15 seconds earlier, really. But
I was going to say, he did well to get down the left-hand side, if I'm honest with you, Murphy. Yeah. Haaland with his first touch, again, trying to get into Marmoush, but well done. It was a bit of a slice shot. Ramsdale picks the ball up again, fires it at Haaland, and a deflection towards goal. Falls kindly in the arms of Ramsdale. Ramsey picks the ball up. Tonali now drops it all the way back to Ramsdale. Goes square again to Botman. Botman picks it up out to Dan Burn. Dan Burn guides it down the line to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes plays it inside now, and there's lots of galloping forward. Ball down this right-hand side to Trippier. Trippier with a first-time cross in. Who's going to get on the end of it? Blue shirt up in the air, and again, the ball uncontested while it's in the air. Comes to Ait Nouri again, who's simple. Nunez picks it up. Rodri with his first touch plays it back to Trafford. Trafford gets it out of his feet. Trippier the furthest forward to close that ball. Who's right back? We ask ourselves. We don't need one now. We're gambling. We're throwing players forward. Trippier again picks that ball up. Is it going to come through to Ramsey? Ramsey with a shot. Oh, it's Harvey Barnes, I beg your pardon, with that shot. It gets blocked. And again, Reinders pulls the ball back all the way to Trafford. Wissa on the press, but again, Trafford hits long towards Haaland. Botman misses it, but this could come all the way through to Ramsdale, who goes long again in the air, but uncontested again. Deflection falls kindly to Elaine, who gets it under control and passes it all the way back to Trafford. We've had, over the last, in the second half, 6 shots to Newcastle, 1 to Manchester City. It's been all Newcastle this second half.
You can tell they've put the car in reverse or parked up, can't you? Not even in first gear anymore.
No, exactly. A long ball forward again, which is easy for Malik Chow to get back to Ramsdale. And again, it looks like Manchester City are being camped in their own half with only 4 players actually in the Newcastle half at the minute. And again, it's half-hearted. But, don't lose the ball there. No, and he has Ramsdale. It's in for Oh, Jesus. Again, I was worried for a second. Ramsey getting a bit of a tap on the shin.
Yeah, I'd like to see the replay of that because Marmoush probably could have had his hat-trick there. Yeah. It didn't look like there was much contact at all. But I might be wrong.
Yeah, Chow gives it back to Ramsdale. And again, you can see Ramsey's hopping a couple of steps, but then running perfectly well, which makes me laugh. Ball up to Tonali. Again, there's a challenge by Manchester City, but again, it's Tonali trying to do his best to run with the ball down this right-hand side, and Pep just gives Tonali a bit of a tap as he passes. Oh, Asula is coming on. The final shot for Trippier. Yeah, so Trippier's off. We are definitely forward at the back now. This is all guns blazing at the top end.
This would be Murphy going to right back, I would imagine.
Yeah, with Dan right Burns.
Back. Dan Burn left back.
Left back. Yeah, there you go. If you wanted to share
something like that.
Yeah. Let's see what happens now then. I mean, with the mighty Asula could do something up top. Because, like I say, half the time we don't know what's happening. Never mind him. Now, ball thrown in from Manchester City again. It's just taking the pace out of the game. And Asula's on the charge to try and get that ball back. But again, Man City, with the players that they've got, just play around him into Elaine. Again, he's just got the confidence to bring that ball forward, Elaine. And again, it's a nice ball in towards Mamouche, who plays it centrally. Where's the players? Crikey. I mean, luckily it was behind him a little bit because that, again, was an opportunity for Manchester City to get a shot at target there, but it was just played in behind him. Again, all the time in the world for Man City to keep the ball. Cherky just doing a little bit of a back heel there to Nunez. Again, probably Pep wouldn't be happy with something like that, even though they're 5-1 up.
Well, the thing is, I genuinely think Pep will be not disappointed in his side, but he won't be happy He'll go into training and he'll probably, you mentioned there, the flicks and all that sort of stuff. He criticised Cherky after pretty much a 9.5 out of 10 performance. He'll go into training and probably say, oh, you weren't good enough in certain phases. This is what you need to do better. Well, I can't see us doing that. No, and if we did, it'd be a very long session.
Yeah, Nico just picks up the yellow card because of the pull on Tonali, who, to be fair, looks, again, quite jaded. Yeah, looks a bit jaded, to be fair. But, he's worked well, Tonali, to be fair, because, like I said, he's covered. At times, he's looked like a one-man band in that midfield. And he has been found wanting a little bit. Ball comes out to this right-hand side to Malik Chow, down the line to Murphy again. It's a very, very poor ball inside from Murphy, but luckily for them, Man City want to make a game of it and give it a straight back. Ramsdale goes long over the top to the halfway line. Again, it's easy for Cousinov to pick that ball up. Oh, it's all lovely and romantic. All I need now is a few candles while I go into the bath. Ball now down to this left-hand side. Ait Nouri plays it inside, and again, it's all give and go. Lots of movement from a blue shirt. Poor first touch, though, but it comes straight back to a blue shirt from a Botman clearance or attempted tackle. And again, Man City again pick the ball up. Rodri and Gonzalez just picking the opportunities to pass through us. And again, it's a schooling game of football, this, for anybody that likes tactics, because the football that they're being played by the blue shirts is certainly a little bit better. There's a chance for Marmoush again on that left foot this time.
He could have.
Yeah, he went for his hat trick. Yeah, went for his hat trick. Oh, look, Pep's straight away giving everybody a shout and saying, "Come on, get tighter." I mean, come on.
You should be getting at least 5 here.
We're on 80th minute, Pep.
that would have been a very rare Haaland assist if it had come off.
Yeah,
absolutely. I was just going to say that. I was literally just going to say that. A Haaland assist, which is nearly as rare as you can find.
As rare as rocking horses, you know what he.
Indeed. Again, Manchester City happy just to keep the ball on that back line. Dan Burn there. Yeah, just gets a bit of a tap from Cousinov. And he's gets the free kick. And again, it's another opportunity. Another opportunity for the long ball from this halfway line onto the Manchester City back line. See if another goal can make it really shaky.
Christina, 4 goals and we take this to pens.
We've got the chance to make it look semi-respectable for 90 minutes. Not across the entire tie, obviously, but it looks better than what it has been.
Look at again! Right across!
Look, you know what I mean?
It's right across the goal line, and again, Wissa, the poacher, supposedly couldn't poach an egg in this game, to be fair. I mean, what happened there?
That's Mighty Wynn's golden
bullet.
child. Well, look, that'll be a plastic bullet. That's what it looks like. Wow.
I mean, the ball bounces. It's criminal by Manchester City to allow that ball to bounce into the penalty area, and it's a crush from Elanga, which is literally, on the button for Wissa to grab.
Give it away, why don't you? There, give it back. Come on.
Yeah, Sula just trying. Elanga with a shot. It's deflected. Again, no luck on this side when it gets deflected.
You know, he had to go.
Exactly.
It gets to a point where I can accept that. Not be happy, accept it.
Now, listen, his XG's going up, mate. That can only be another £1 million off his wage bill. Manchester City again, just picking that ball up again, playing it nicely into the midfield. Again, no midfielders around him. Ball through the middle to Haaland. Haaland with a shot. Great save from Ramsdale down to his left-hand side. Haaland gets it out of his feet from a really direct pass. Gets it out of his feet onto his left foot, and he angles the shot back across Ramsdale, who stretches out that big hand. Does really well. What a ball that is.
Yeah, City tearing Newcastle apart at whim there. Haaland finishes those 90 times out of 100, but Ramsdale gets down well, gets a good hand on it, tips it onto the post. Great from Ramsdale, not very great from anyone else in black and white.
No, I mean, it's like I say, at times it has been men against boys. Rico Lewis is on the field of play. It's another one who looks like he's potentially seen his last at Manchester City, struggling to find a game. But he's on for Nico Gonzalez, who's, again, seems to have been pulling all of the strings for Manchester City. Cherky now with on that right-hand side. Tricky little player. Again, potentially could have come to Newcastle if they'd have literally gone and asked the question.
That would be too much effort, though, would it?
Well, he was available. Everybody was more scared of his mother. All the way back to Trafford. Again, Manchester City bringing that ball into midfield, and Kusanov drops it back into Rodri's feet. And again, just waiting for the play to develop in front of him. And again, loads of options with all the movement. And Wissa trying to get back and make a tackle, but unfortunately, it's taken Reinder's ankles rather than the ball. And it's a free kick just inside the Manchester City half. And it's, again, another option to wind that clock down for Manchester City with possession football. Kusanov. Again, just look at Rodri, just first touch out of his feet, and it's just play. Rodri again out to Elaine, who, again, this young kid just doesn't look out of place playing in their first team. Again, now Ait Nouri down this left-hand side, dances past 2 or 3 white shirts, keeps him going with his ball down on towards the touchline. And it's a foul again off Jacob Murphy, I think it was, on Ait Nouri. So it's going to be a free kick to Manchester City on that left-hand side for them, right side for us. Again, he looked very awkward, Jacob Murphy, trying to get back in defence there.
Yeah, just a blatant push, as clear as you like. Maybe he thought he was featuring in the Super Bowl this weekend, trying out for that, but he's certainly not done a good job as a footballer today, has he? Him and, to be fair, 15 others.
Yeah. Again, there's an opportunity here to try and get something whipped in. I think this is going to be something from Cherky here. Is he going to try and... Oh, he has. He's trying to drive one to the near post there with Haaland running across the eyesight of Ramsdale, but Ramsdale keeps his eyes completely on the ball and gathers it in his chest with aplomb. Very good. And drops it out of his hands. Goes long on the diagonal, but again, Dan Burn is no Alanga. He's not going to reach them. Oh, bless him.
Oh.
But we are just going to allow play to continue now. With Cherky now dancing down that right-hand side onto his right foot, plays it into Haaland. Haaland with a snapshot. Again, it's saved by Ramsdale, but he can only push it out for another corner. Again, Haaland doesn't need a sniff.
Haaland shot, wasn't it?
Yeah. He doesn't think of anything else. It's out of his feet and it's a shot. Half a shot. It's literally the way Haaland plays is if there's a glimpse. Yeah, if there's a glimpse, I'll take a punt. You'll just never know.
Tony T saying, cheer up, Chris. We still have to play them again.
Yeah, can I book that day off comms, please?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's true, by the way, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, we do. Oh, absolutely, it's true.
That's the problem. We got to come back here again, man. That's
Hopefully there'll be a few injuries. Ball again into the edge of the box, and it's driven forward. There's an opportunity from Rodri to get a shot at target, and again, it's not.
Again, well done, Ramsdale keeping it in.
Yeah, it's not powerful enough for Ramsdale to get beaten there, though, and he gets it up towards Alanga, who again, first touch wasn't the best. I don't even think Casilla's touched the ball yet. If I'm honest with you.
No, I think you're right. I forgot he'd come on, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't think Asuna's actually touched the ball yet. Ball now with Manchester City on the halfway line.
If you think about it, if Elanga scores those 2 chances, or I'm sorry, 1 chance and then Wissa the other one, that's 3 goals right there. That's, nothing with a chance probably. But
and Gordon and Willock in the first half.
Oh, it could have been 5-5.
By the way, I'm not trying to excuse anything. I'm just saying it would have been different. However, don't worry, I will decimate the team when I get a chance to.
Yeah, it's a different kind of embarrassing, this, isn't it? We've created with chances, we haven't took them. Defensively in midfield, absolutely atrocious. Usually it's the other way around, all right defensively, and we don't really have anything in attack, but it just goes to show how light he is, and that's being nice away from Manchester City in this kind of form.
Yeah, but we're light years now, and according to Hopkinson, we're only another 4 years away from winning the league.
Well, he didn't say winning the league, to be fair. He said competing for things. So, being elite, I guess you can say.
Well, I'm sure he said Premier League.
I don't think so. I watched the whole thing. It's
Premier League,
no, probably, but I didn't hear Premier League. Either way, it doesn't look like it now. Elite club, Elite club doesn't look like it right now. No matter how you want to put it.
No, I must admit, on today's performance, it's literally a relegation performance. Never mind elite. Ramsdale with the ball going long again over the top, trying to get Wissa in and behind. But to be fair, Kusanov has just got him heads and tails there. It's not a problem. Again, Alain just drops the ball into Rodri. Rodri looks up and again got all the time in the world just to drop that ball back into Kusanov's feet. And options are a plum. There's a chance here though for Tonali with a shot. But again, it's straight down the throats of Trafford. A glimmer of hope there for Newcastle to try and get another consolation goal, if you like. And again, look at that. They just be able to walk and run through 3 or 4 players there, Cherky. So simple at times. Rodri again now picking the ball up on the halfway line. Again, into the 90th minute now. Newcastle still thinking that it only takes a second to score a goal. They still need 4. Reinders picks the ball up out to that right-hand side now. Again, it's...
And the City faithful are already away home for their pass.
I'm going to say, yeah.
I think they were after 30 minutes, to be honest. Atrocious.
Yeah, the empty seats, they've all gone for that kebab. Oh, I've got to try and find that ball. It's a memento. Again, Alain just picking the ball up, turning 180, facing his own goal, under a bit of pressure from Wissa, but able to pick out Rodri. And again, it's just all kick ball now with Cherky on the halfway line. Little dink over the top, looking for Marmouche. But the ball is headed backwards by Newcastle, and it's Tonali into Elanga, who's playing more of an inside left-right position. Elanga driving through all of them, but again, gets a little bit of a tug on the shoulder there. And that's another yellow card. And it's a free kick in a rather dangerous position.
Yeah, but these never go anywhere, do they? We don't score direct free kicks. But what I will say, Elanga... he has looked a little bit better than anyone else on the pitch, I would say. Obviously,
should have started on this performance. Should have started.
Yeah, he's the only one that I think can emerge with any sort of credit whatsoever. And even then, the player ratings probably won't say that when we do them.
No,
because they're going to be bad.
Yeah, like I said, he's missed a chance. He's created opportunities. He's scored one, but he's there. And that's what I said. For me, you're not going to get 100% all of the time. Murphy with the ball. Jesus
rubbish.
He's certainly come away from that purple patch. Ball from Ramsdale again on that diagonal, looking for Harvey Barnes, who, to be fair, has gone pretty quiet over the last 5 or 10 minutes or so. Again, deep in that corner. Look how easy it is for Manchester City to bring that ball out of their right back position. Cherky now picks the ball up again, got options. Everybody runs off him, allows Cherky to carry his run forward. Ball played in to Reinders. Reinders trying to pull the ball over the top, but it's blocked by Big Dan Byrne. And Newcastle try and bring the ball away with Alanga, but again, far too many blue shirts. Yeah, Tonali's knackered.
Got a bit of a link there now.
Absolutely gone.
That's right.
Just blow the whistle, referee.
Ball over the top again, trying to keep that ball on the left-hand side, but I think that's it.
Yeah, well,
it is. Thank God for that. It's over. Newcastle were close.
Close
to tears. To tears, mate. Close to tears.
Yes.
I don't think I'm close. I think I'm there. Oh.
Listen, it was a hard watch. It really was.
Yeah, I don't really care where anyone stands on the Howe debate. It can't get much worse than what we've seen. And I know someone's going to Mick McCarthy me in the chat and say it can. But that is honestly absolutely dreadful over two legs. Not good enough against a really, really poor Manchester City side. Now we're laughing during it. I mean, you've got to entertain yourself somehow. But genuinely, questions have to be asked because it's now in all competitions, 1 win in 6? Yeah, 1 win in 6. And based on who we face, that's not really good enough.
Yeah, it was a shocker. Like I say, I'm sure there's going to be fireworks in the post-match. I bet you can't wait for this one, you lot. I mean, Chris, look at that Chris can't even break a smile there. I've got wind. That's the only reason I'm smiling.
What a proper hiding that we got.
Schooled, mate. Game, schooled. Man. It's crazy.
It's so crazy. It's so bad that the Pep doesn't even talk to Bruno anymore or whoever. He talks to Dan Burn.
Not there.
He's talking to Burn as opposed to Tonali. Well, there you go. They're right there. Look at that. Pep is telling Tonali, "Come on, are you sure? Look at that. Look at that conversation right there. What do you think they could be talking about? I mean, literally, what do you think they could be saying? Bad game, good game? No, man. There's a tap up, and this guy just clapping away like a. Oh man.
You know what he's saying there? What if I give you Ake? Will you come over?
Man. It's insane, man. It's just insane.
Yeah. Come here.
Oh, you know he's tapped them up like there's no tomorrow, and he's a competitor. I don't blame him. Yeah,
I mean, you talk about chances missed, root chances and stuff like that, and Newcastle had chances tonight. Yeah. But the game itself, the football, you can be totally negative, but they created something. My concern, and you can keep saying it until you're blue in the face, is if you're not taking them one end, it's only a matter of time before you concede them in the other because pressure mounts. And it doesn't matter whether you're playing the Man Cities of the time. We've played other big hitters in Europe and we've looked really good. You come and looking as poor as you are there, you can't really blame that you haven't got a big enough squad to pick from. What comes round does tend to bite you on the bottom if players just start running at brick walls. And it looked very much like the only little spark we had today was Alanga. And I've got to give credit where credit's due. He was involved in a lot of that movement going forward. He looked fresh, to be fair. And like I say, it's a shame he couldn't get that second attempt on target because the positive could have been Alanga starts his season.
Yeah, I mean, again, you look at the scoreline, 3-1, and you look at the chances we've squandered.
Oh, it's criminal, mate. It's absolutely criminal.
I mean, Marmoush could have had another 2, fair enough.
Yeah, but we needed 5 goals, man, to be alive. So it's not, you can't just count 3-1. We needed 2 extra that we didn't from the other game.
I'd like to know how many glaring chances we've had tonight. That's what I want to. If you look at
all after Ilanga came in. Ilanga came in.
Yeah.
I think it's just more City City didn't get out of second gear after they scored that first goal, really. And we can say, look, we improved. Yes, when you look at the face of the game, yes, we did. But let's be honest, if we somehow pulled it back to 3-2, 3-3, Manchester City had another 4 gears. They could have gone up there and not really caused too much of a problem. Yeah, I hate being negative. I hate being that guy, but absolutely terrible. Nowhere near it. And unfortunately, the pendulum's swinging, and who knows if Howe's going to last any longer.
We're going to get into the match reaction right now, so you can call and have your say, folks. I'm afraid it might be a candid one. A candid show. But thank you very much to the live match crew, of course, from the pre-build-up to the match commentary. We shall get started on the match reaction now. You should be redirected. Thank you to all the super chatters. Thank you to everybody that's helped out. And let's see you right now immediately on the match reaction.